Good morning. I'm going to start. Sorry for being a little late. Trying to make it up as quick as possible. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole regarding bills number 160170, 160171, 160172, and resolutions number 160180. Mr. Stitt, please read the titles of the bills and resolution.
Bill number 160170, an ordinance to adopt the capital program for the 6 fiscal years 2017 through 2022 inclusive. Bill number 160171, an ordinance to adopt the fiscal 2017 capital budget. Bill number 160172, an ordinance adopting the operating budget for fiscal year 2017. Resolution number 160180, resolution providing for the approval by the Council of the City of Philadelphia of a revised 5-year financial plan for the City of Philadelphia covering fiscal years 2017 through 2021 and incorporating proposed changes with respect to fiscal year 2016, which is to be submitted by the Mayor to the Pennsylvania Intergovernmental Cooperation Authority, the authority pursuant to the Intergovernmental Cooperation Agreement authorized by an ordinance of this council approved by the mayor on January 3, 1992, bill number 1563-A, by and between the city and the authority.
Thank you, Mr. Stitt. Today we continue the public hearing of the Committee of the Whole to consider the bills read by the clerk that constitute proposed operating and capital spending measures for fiscal 2017, a capital program and a forward-looking capital plan for fiscal 2017 through fiscal 2022. Today we will hear testimony from the following departments: Airport, Water Department, Streets, Free Library, and Parks and Recreation. First person to testify, Mr. Stitt, is
Shelley Cameron, Chief Executive Officer of the airport.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Council President Clark, and good morning to the other members of City Council. My name is Shelley Cameron, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Philadelphia International Airport. Seated with me this morning is Tracy Borda, our Chief Financial Officer. I am honored to be before the committee today for the first time in my new role to present testimony on behalf of the Division of Aviation's fiscal year 2017 operating budget. I have identified 3 goals which are my top priorities as CEO. 1, improving customer service by enhancing the passenger experience through robust customer engagement. 2, improving existing airport facilities. And 3, pursuing facility expansion opportunities that will strengthen the airport's regional position as a world-class hub. As you know, the airport is a self-sustaining entity which operates without the use of local tax dollars. While the airport does not require local funds to operate, it is still one of the largest economic drivers in the Philadelphia region. Yearly, PHL helps to generate an estimated $14.4 billion in spending and accounts for more than 141,000 jobs within the region. With respect to operations, during calendar year 2015 alone, PHL accommodated 31.4 million passengers on more than 411,000 aircraft takeoffs and landings. Our passenger levels have continued an upward trajectory over the past few years, with activity now near pre-economic downturn levels. These numbers also make PHL the 19th busiest airport in the United States in terms of passenger travel, and the 12th busiest when it comes to operations. PHL is growing in other ways as well. The airport has taken on several new improvement projects to support the goals of increasing our capacity and the overall customer experience. We are nearly ready to unveil our new baggage claim facilities in Terminal F. This outstanding facility, which is scheduled to open later this year, is the result of a strong partnership with American Airlines and will now connect all terminals and increase airport accessibility for arriving passengers looking to catch connecting flights. We anticipate this facility will open with LEED Gold status, the second highest ranking possible given out by the U.S. Green Building Council. We are also progressing well with a $190 million project to extend runway 9 right, 27 left, and improve numerous taxiways, which will allow for more efficient operations on the airfield. In addition to our projects on the ground, we are continuing to explore potential new domestic and international air service in order to connect our region to new locations. Direct service to Asia is a top priority moving forward, and we will continue discussions with a number of major foreign carriers as we move throughout this year. Serving our passengers is an important job, and it is accomplished by a highly skilled and diverse workforce. At PHL, we take great pride in promoting diversity within the Division of Aviation staff. As of February 2016, the Division of Aviation had 748 permanent employees, of which 71% were minority and 31% were female. Our staff also boasts 66 permanent and 37 temporary bilingual employees, which collectively speak at least 50 different languages to aid our diverse passenger base. The airport is also actively engaged in setting and monitoring participation goals for the city's program for minority, women, and disabled-owned businesses, as well as administering and monitoring 2 federal disadvantaged business enterprise programs. I know from my meetings with many of you how important this issue is to you. As I begin my tenure as CEO at Philadelphia International Airport, I want to assure you that this work is equally important to me. Our newly named Office of Business Diversity focuses solely on these issues and is spearheaded by Kathy Padilla. She is here today to field any questions members may have around our efforts. In addition to our continued mission of promoting diversity at the airport, we also strive to promote inclusion in the community in which we live and work. Specifically, 2 of our goals, which are also broader goals of this body, are to advocate for the inclusion of locally owned businesses in our concessions program and our contract work, and to continue to develop our career and technical mentorship program. At PHL, we are focused on fostering an environment with a healthy mix of local businesses and national brands. One such local success story, Athena Contracting, is a woman-owned construction firm based in the 2nd Councilmanic District. This firm was certified under the Pennsylvania Unified Certification Program in July of 2015 and is currently working on the runway extension project. She does paving work. All of this work cannot be accomplished without the necessary resources for us to fulfill our mission. For fiscal year 2017, the airport's operating budget request totals $468.9 million, which supports operations and maintenance requirements at both Philadelphia International and Philadelphia Northeast airports. This request is an increase of $44.3 million over fiscal year 2016 estimated obligations, primarily due to higher salaries and benefits, ongoing engineering costs related to our capital program, expanded customer service programs, increased maintenance requirements due to new and expanded facilities, and additional debt service payments. Our operating budget request includes $193.6 million for the Division of Aviation, $139.6 million for debt service, $26.9 million for utilities, and $108.8 million for appropriations directly related to the police, fire, fleet management, technology, public property, sustainability, law, risk management, and finance departments. In summary, PHL continues to be engaged both internationally and nationally so that we can ensure passenger safety, expand our passenger base, and improve our overall quality of service, and in doing so continue to be a positive and active member of the Philadelphia regional economic community. It is also important to note that the airlines and concession managers are continuing to take necessary efforts to ensure workers are receiving a living wage. We support this effort and any effort that compensates workers in accordance with Council's living wage ordinance. Before I finish, I would like to recognize the outstanding employees behind me to my left and your right that are going through our STARS and LEADS programs. These programs focus on professional development for administrative and entry to mid-level staff to prepare them for future leadership roles. I have a number of my staff here to help answer questions. Thank you again for offering me the opportunity to testify, and I'll be happy to start with those questions.
Thank you very much. Let me start it. I have a couple of questions. I'll start the theme with respect to participation. I noticed in your testimony, you indicated the importance of it as it relates to ensuring that we have demographics within the city's workforce that reflect the demographics of the city.
Yes.
Just want to correct, starting out with the exempt employees, which are employees that are not a part of the civil service system. So essentially, the department head has the ability to hire directly, or the mayor or whomever ultimately makes that decision.
Correct.
Your numbers are 7 exempts?
7 executive staff. I think
7
there are
executive
I think
staff
there are 12 exempt
and 2
positions total.
of minority out of the 7?
That's correct.
All right,
And 3 women.
all right. And how many exempts do you have total?
I believe it's 12.
Does that include the 7? This total?
It does. It's
Include
inclusive of the 7, yes, sir.
And of the 12, what's the minority count?
Let me look. Sade, do you have that off the top of your head?
It's 6 and 6.
6 and 6, 6 women, 6 men.
Minorities.
We're looking for the notes. I apologize. I thought I had that at my fingertips. Of the executive staff, I mean, I have the numbers off the top of my head. We're looking for the 12 exempts.
All right, you can have somebody look for it before you
Okay.
leave. You can give it to us.
I'm sorry?
All right, I'm saying you can have someone look for it.
Okay.
You don't have to, before you leave, if you can give us that number,
Okay.
please.
Absolutely.
In your testimony, you also stated the airport consistently has hiring challenges, which is likely the reason why you had 109 vacant positions as of February 2016. But for FY17, you're looking to increase the number of budgeted positions by 50, even given the challenges associated with filling the position you already have budgeted for. Can you talk to me about basically why? If you already have a significant number of budgeted vacancies, and you're looking to add additional positions, can you tell me, is there a game plan on filling the existing positions and then subsequently the additional budgeted positions?
Understood. I'm going to ask Sade Olani Pekun Lewis to come up. She's going to help me with this question, but the first thing I'd like to point out is that we are normally at 790, much closer to 800, and so we had lost a number of folks in a number of the disciplines that turn over in a big way during the course of the year. We have a lot of trouble holding custodial folks in those positions, and a lot of the skilled trades. Once somebody leaves, we have a lot of trouble recruiting qualified folks to come in and fill those positions.
Yeah, if you can just explain to us why. This is one thing in City Council, we have more people knocking on our door than we can imagine, and understand, you know, it's a different position and maybe requires certain technical skills that we don't have here in City Council, but employment is a big issue.
Absolutely.
So kind of tell me why are we having challenges?
Good morning, Council President.
Morning.
Sade Olani Pekun
Good to see you
Lewis.
again.
Same here, sir. Always good to see you, sir. In addition to what Shelley Cameron was sharing, we also are requesting an additional 50 because we have 38 individuals who are in the DROP program. And these are in the custodial and the skilled worker areas. And because once you're in DROP, you know, that 4-year window, you could leave at any time. And so one of the things we want to ensure is that we're able to backfill those positions in a timely manner, as well as provide for succession planning. With respect to the skilled labor force, a lot of the barriers to entry is just being able to identify candidates who have the basic requirements to even test for the civil servant position. And so we want a little bit of a lead time to be able to prepare for the inevitable departure of these folks. We also tend to have a lot of high turnover in our custodial workforce as well, so we're always trying to backfill that.
So, and thank you for hosting the job fair up at Temple University.
You're welcome,
we had
sir.
a lot of respondents. So DROP is a 4-year program,
Yes,
traditionally. So understanding the nature of DROP, the whole point was to have a sense of when people will be leaving so you can prepare for that.
Yes, sir.
Or did we wait and I know you just got there in that position, until we realized that people were leaving, or did we prepare for that in terms of, you know, getting a list of individuals on the list in anticipation of the departure of a significant number?
As you know, sir, before we are aware of a person's entering and drop, they have to file an application. And once that is done, the department is made aware that the employee plans
Yeah,
to...
but it's 4 years, so are you saying that these people will be in drop, or, I mean, what's the...
No, these 38
Are they
folks...
leaving now, or?
These 38 individuals have applied for drop, and they can leave any time within the 4-year window, meaning that you could leave the day after drop or within the 4 years. So we want to plan for that.
Yeah, but I'm trying to understand, why do we have 109 vacancies? What relationship drop has with that? If you're telling me that we lost a lot of
Sure.
people due to drop,
Well, that's one of the other... Drop, the fact that we have challenges with high turnover in the custodial positions, as well as trying to properly fill the skilled workers. Many of the folks who apply for these positions, we have challenges in terms of them not having the basic requirements to test for these skilled worker positions, such as carpenters and the likes. And so these are all civil service positions, so these aren't exempt, and they have to test into that. In addition, we have competition with other departments where these folks are applying for. The pay is not market pay, so some of them even come in and they choose not to come.
I hate to keep jumping in,
Sure.
because employment is like an issue.
It is.
So you said carpenter, what are the disciplines? I mean, what are the... I'm just trying to help you, because
Sure.
if you're telling me that you have
Electricians.
challenges of getting people engaged for employment, then we need to know that, because we will, I mean, we have I know a member of my staff and former Councilman Good, who actually has been working real hard on developing the appropriate registry, so we have a list of individuals. So if it calls for us to get engaged, and funnel people to you for those positions, please give us that list and the requirements
Sure.
and the specifications for those job opportunities. I mean, I just can't believe that we can't fill positions.
Sure. Absolutely, sir.
I mean, if you're telling me that we're having difficulty hiring pilots, all right, okay, I can kind of understand that, but
Two of the disciplines that are particularly difficult are HVAC mechanics.
Okay.
Trying to find folks that are trained at the right level to be able to take care of the 7 terminals and the very large airport complex. We have a number of different systems in place as well, and so those folks have to have a lot of technical skills. The custodians are just a high turnover area, and so at any one time, we'll recruit and establish a list of, say, 60, 100 people, and we'll interview them all and get them through, start getting them through the process to get them hired. But as we do that, some drop out, and it's just a very difficult discipline to hire for. One of the other things I want to mention about the custodial staff is that as we focus on customer service and the passenger experience, it's really everything that a passenger sees and feels and hears and smells and as they go through the terminal. And so we're trying to make sure that our terminal is spit spot clean. And so we're trying to beef up our custodial staff to make sure that at night, when it's not as busy, we can do some of those deep cleanings and make the passenger experience better. This is something that's important to us and also important to the airlines.
And, Council President, 2 other things I failed to mention is that because we're at the airport and we have to have a security clearance, many of these individuals who do satisfy the civil service requirements may not pass a medical or security background clearance, and that's another challenge, another barrier to staffing adequately.
meaning they can't pass the urine test?
Some, yes, or background check, sir, yes.
Custodians require an airport badge to get behind security to do their jobs, and so they have to pass a criminal history background check as required by the federal government.
All right, so, all right, I don't want to belabor this, but can we follow up with you? So, because this is, I mean, 100 jobs. I mean, I know at least 2,000 people prepared to take those jobs as we speak. So I really would like to help you on that to ensure that we move ahead.
And we would welcome that help.
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Yeah, please. Should I follow up with Ms. Lewis on that?
Yes,
Yes.
absolutely, yes, sir.
Thank you. I used up all my time on one question. I'm going to sneak one in real quick. With respect to the expansion and construction projects, relatively quick, can you just give us a sense of where we are with that? I know there was a big issue earlier on in terms of whether or not we were going to proceed in full force, and then I know the airlines were balking at the willingness to participate in the full expansion, and we didn't really hear much else about it. You know, we in council, we bought into this notion that we were ready to add another runway, and we took a relatively difficult vote in proceeding, and we did everything we were going to do, and then after this issue gets resolved and the contracts got resolved, and then we're told that there's a possibility that we won't have the full expansion.
Well, I think it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when it comes to the new runway. When we took a look at operational levels at the airport, so takeoffs and landings over the last 10 years, those are down by 23%. And it's really the activity that drives delays. Delays drive additional costs for the airlines, which ultimately drive them to approve projects to move forward. So the new runway, with the 23% drop in takeoffs and landings, isn't needed quite as urgently today as it was before. We are still committed, however, to making progress on that project. If we were to start today, that project would take anywhere from 10 to 12 years to complete. And so we think that it would be prudent and make sense on our part to actually continue to move forward with enabling projects that have innate value in and of themselves. So for example, the FAA Air Traffic Control Tower that is in the way of the new runway is over 30 years old and needs to be replaced regardless of whether the new runway gets built in the next couple years or not. So we are trying to pursue moving forward with projects like that. We are in discussions with the airlines to talk about what comes next with this program. But if you look at passenger levels, which are only down by 3% over that same 10-year period as compared to the 23% decrease in landings and takeoffs, it starts to drive the decisions towards doing terminal work as opposed to the new runway. Again, the master plan that we developed that 10 years ago, that was announced 5 years ago, is still a really good master plan. It's just a simple matter of what comes when and resequencing and reprioritizing. There are some projects that are still moving forward, and one was the one I talked about, the $109 million runway extension and taxiway work.
Right. Okay, I'll come back, but I can speak for myself. The support for the merger was based on the belief that there was going to be this massive expansion of the airport, and I kind of feel like I was duped a little bit because we did that, and I'm not blaming you because you were not in your current role. We supported that, and then we're told by those people who asked for the level of support that, oh, by the way, we're not going to do the massive expansion. And I'm not even asking you for an answer to that. That's just how I feel.
There are two things I would throw into that mix, though. One is that we do have $1.6 billion worth of authorized projects. The second is that the use and lease agreement that you were part of helping us to negotiate does include a deadline of December of this year for the airlines to make a choice on moving forward with one, two, or all three of a set of pre-identified projects.
Right.
So we should know more by the end of the year as to what moves forward.
Okay, thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Greenlee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Ms. Cameron, you talked right in the beginning about the whole customer experience, enhancing the customer experience. Just have kind of two related questions. One, I know you probably can't do a whole lot about. We've read about, because of security issues, the longer lines that people are going through with security, and we understand that with all the things going on in the world. So I was wondering if you could comment on that, what interaction you have with the federal government or whatever to try to address that as best as you can. And I guess just generally, is there anything else, you mentioned the baggage area, is there anything else that you are working on maybe in the future that will better that customer experience?
Sure. So the TSA lines, we have been told by the TSA administrator that we should expect longer lines this summer. So we have started a series of meetings with our local TSA folks to talk about what we can do to make sure that we address those lines in any way that we can. TSA staffing levels are controlled at the federal level, And so we can't influence that, but what we can do is we can do things like monitor when things start to get backed up at one checkpoint versus another. We can deploy our summer staff, our interns, to help us do that, and then we can help adjust the staff members that we have on hand at the time to hopefully make that a better experience.
Okay.
So we are talking through with them to do whatever it is that we can to try and address those issues. We also have a media blast going out soon that will try to inform all of our passengers that they should arrive at the airport well in advance of their flight. So hopefully that'll help a bit. There are a lot of behind-the-scenes things that we're doing as well with baggage claim. I think that as we talk to the airlines about what to move forward with next, when it comes to terminal work, baggage security and the efficient handling of baggage will be a priority.
Okay, all right. Thank you. And again, on that first issue, I know it's a lot of that's out of your control, but I know it's something that obviously when you talk about the customer experience, waiting in line that long, but
Well, it's our
it's
airport.
it's the world we live in. I get you. All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning to each of you. I think when I had the opportunity to talk with you all briefly some time ago, I told you that I was excited about the level of estrogen involved in leadership at the airport. And with that in mind, my first question is in regards to the issue of a gender breakdown regarding airport employees. And currently it's 69% male and 31% female. Tell us, what are you doing to sort of bring some level of equity or parity there with the number of women who are employed there? And I'm looking at your testimony. You note that in 2015 you hired 44 new employees and 45% were female. And so obviously we see that there was some effort. But tell me, this current administration under your leadership, what's your plan?
Well, when there's civil service positions, we're clearly subject to the rule of two. And so, all of our hiring managers understand how important diversity is to the city and to this organization. So as they make hiring decisions between that choice of two for civil service positions, that's at top of mind. When it comes to exempt positions that Council President Clark asked about earlier, I'm very happy to say that of the folks that I've recommended for exempt positions and have hired, they include Sade, Tracy, Kathy Padilla, who's back here, and then there are a couple of existing exempt position folks that were kept. Leah Douglas, who manages our art program and is our chief image person, and Miriam Mahoney, who's our Director of Legislative and Government Affairs.
And so I want to go back to the portion of your response associated with civil service. And our Councilwoman at Large, Blondell Reynolds Brown, has surely been a leader in the area of working to address the issue of the rule of two. And I understand all of the civil service regs. But when you look across the country, what we see is that respective departments and agencies in different cities across the country are in communication with their civil service departments to figure out what creative strategies within the rules and regs governing the overall process, how can you, through innovation, through sort of creative outreach in where we're trying to recruit. Have you engaged in any of those conversations with our Civil Service Commission?
Oh, absolutely. We're working hand in glove with them on addressing anything that we can with the rule of two or in those creative opportunities. Some of the things I can point out that we in the airport specifically do is we're members of a number of national and local organizations like WTS, Women Transportation Society, where we actively go out as a senior team and our management team goes out and talks to women who are in college and high school and to talk to them about careers in transportation. We're a member of COMPTO, the Conference of Minority Transportation Officials, and we're active with them both at the local level and the national level, and that's a way that we can recruit minorities and women to be interested in applying for jobs that the airport might have open. Our job fair was another perfect example. We were there, we had a table, and that allows us sometimes to get access to folks that don't know about the civil service system, who are confused or unaware of how they can apply for a position within the city. And when we're out there talking to them, we can help educate them. Additionally, and lastly, our Human Resources Department does a number of high school, college outreach events throughout the year where they go out, set up tables, do career counseling, and talk about careers at the airport.
So one, I want to commend you all for the job fair. Clearly, they are a huge hit in the community because people are able to access you directly and not have to go to the airport, but they can reach you in neighborhoods. And I know Councilman Kenyatta Johnson, whose district houses the airport, has been a huge proponent of ensuring that happens. And so I want to commend you all for that. With that in mind, I want to go back. My next question was relevant to what Council President Clark talked about with the filling of custodial and skilled trades positions. Obviously, there's some extra work that needs to be done there, and I will hope that you all would continue to view council as partners as we move forward in the recruitment process there. Because I know if I went into the 9th Councilmatic District and said to those people who line up to send us resumes that, there are positions that we're having a difficult time filling, people would be saying how, why, what can we do? So consider us to be partners. In addition to that, I want you to give us a summary, if you will, in regards to the subcontractors, the wages that they are paying. Are all of the subcontractors, adhering to the rules and the pay established by this city? And to talk about the number of contracts, if you gave us an overall number of the amount of business that is being done, give us a breakdown in terms of MBE, WBE, and so forth.
Okay, let me take that in two parts. I'll talk about the living wage first, and then I'll call Kathy Padilla to the table to talk about our participation in the award of contracts. So when it comes to the living wage ordinance that was passed by council, of course the Division of Aviation employees are compliant. There are two real main groups that I want to address when it comes to that ordinance and that law. The first are subcontractors to the airlines. When we signed a new use and lease agreement with the airlines that was effective July 1st of last year, and in fact that was a document that was worked on by the council and the airlines and the airport together, the airlines agreed to make all of their subcontractors compliant with the living wage. We went a step further and we requested compliance statements from those subcontractors, and we have received them, and so have the airlines. And so that is, at this point, what I can say about the subcontractors to the airlines. When it comes to the concession program, and that's another large group that was largely non-compliant with the living wage, or not non-compliant, I shouldn't say that. They weren't necessarily paying a living wage before the ordinance went into effect. The way the ordinance applies to that group is that we have a master lease with Marketplace. They're the master concession operator at the airport, and they're the ones that do sublease agreements with, I think it's around 56 vendors for about 170 restaurants and retail shops in the airport. Those retail shops and restaurants turn over on a staggered basis. So we'll have a set of them that are coming up for release every year. The average term is somewhere around 7 years. As a sublease comes up for renewal or to turn over to a new operator, those operators for the new lease are required to be compliant with the living wage. The only, and again, I say living wage, and it's the living wage ordinance and the way it's spelled out in the ordinance.
And the final question, my time is up, but you were answering the overall number in terms of contract.
Yes, I'll ask Kathy Padilla to come up and address that.
Good morning, Councilwoman. At the airport, We are responsible for 3 separate diversity contracting programs: the OEO program that is for locally funded projects, and 2 federal programs: the DBE program for construction projects generally funded by the FAA, and the concessions program called the ACDBE program. On the DBE program, our federal goal, which we have to follow the federal methodology for, is 14.39%. In 2015, we made 21.9%, and thus far in 2016, we're making 14.5%. On the ACDBE program, our goal is 16.45%. In 2015, we achieved 25.3%, and thus far in 2016, we're achieving 25.6%. In the OEO program, our goal is 30%. In 2015, we achieved 25.2%, and thus far in 2016, we're achieving 31.3%. So we're exceeding all of our goals, and when we exceed our goals, we seek to raise them.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Dom.
Thank you, Council President. Good morning.
Good morning.
I have 5 brief questions, so maybe we keep the answers to a minute so I get them all in. The first question is a financial question on page 3 of your testimony. If I'm reading the numbers correctly, from fiscal 2015 to fiscal 2016 in the financial summary by class division of aviation, we're going up about 45%. And in the bottom category, financial summary by class for the full aviation fund, we're going up about 26%. That seems like big increases from 15 to 16.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Councilman. My name is, I'm just making sure this one. My name is Tracy Borda. I'm the Chief Financial Officer at the airport. Let me make sure So I want to make sure I heard you right. You talked about debt service?
I'm talking about page 3. It's huge increases in the middle of the page, financial summary by class, which
Yes.
has to do with the big areas are purchase of services, which went up a lot,
Yes. I can speak to that first.
and payment to other funds.
Okay. So in the purchase of services category, you're primarily dealing with contracts. We have a $1.6 billion capital program, so we're putting more effort into planning and design contracts to fulfill that $1.6 billion capital program. In addition, we have increased our contracts for maintenance of new systems and terminal facilities. We have a couple different things happening. One, we have a new Terminal F bag clean facility that will be coming online this year, so that has to be maintained. There are systems within that facility as well that need to be maintained. In addition, we just have aged infrastructure. We're an older airport, and so we sort of see increasing maintenance costs through the years. Those are the 2 big categories within contracts. I guess the third category would be with Shelley coming on board and being the new CEO at the airport. We have a renewed focus on the passenger experience, and we're putting some efforts into passenger satisfaction surveys and assessment of our facilities, and looking to, just with that renewed focus, trying to make sure that the passenger experience is top-notch at Philadelphia International.
In the bottom category on
Yeah.
page 3 of your testimony,
Yep.
employee compensation went up 25%. Was that a union negotiation, or why was that increase so dramatic?
Well, one of the issues that we did budget for is the 3% increase for DC 47 that is happening. And then we
This
left.
is 25%. An increase is 3 or 4 maybe.
Well, I think it goes to, there's a couple of different things in there. One was the 3% increase for DC 47 employees. We also built in a contingency in case DC 33 should have a settlement during the year. We also have allotted for overtime for special events, especially the DNC coming. And then lastly, we did do an increase in positions that we discussed earlier with Council President Clark.
This seems like a big number, $25 million. And then the purchase of services that we were referring to before, that went up, it's going up 40 million from 97 to 137. In the bottom category, purchase of services, we spent 97 million last year. We plan to spend 137 million this year. Seems like big increases.
So, okay, so I'm looking at, so that involves all the other city departments for whom we also fund. Those would be OIT, police, fire, public property, fleet management. So there's money within each one of those. I can get back to you with the details.
Yeah, can you get back to me with the details of those 2 categories?
Purchase of services and other
And
city
employee
departments.
compensation and payment to other funds. Just give me the breakdown of last year, how we paid it versus this year. Here's my other question. You have a lot of vacancies, as the council president was pointing out. I just did a quick search on Indeed. In the city of Philadelphia, there's 133 jobs right now for HVAC people, which means it's a tough spot probably to fill. But we do have technical schools in Philadelphia that do these kinds of things. I don't know, I heard of one called Orleans Technical, and there's other ones on North Broad and all over the city. Have you approached these schools and tried to bring them in the fold to help us get people for these jobs?
We'll bring back up Sade to help answer that question.
Good morning, Councilman. Sade Olani, Peckham Lewis. I've been just informed that we are aware of the schools. They just don't offer those technical specialties that we need at the airport.
So is it possible for you to contact the schools, tell them what you need,
Yes.
and ask them to train for those jobs?
We can make inquiry of that, yes, sir, and ask them
Okay.
to see if they can offer that.
One other comment, there are 26 vacancies of retail locations coming up at the airport this year. Is that normal?
Yes. Yes,
Yes.
absolutely. We turn over a certain number every year.
So that means there's 26 opportunities for entrepreneurs in the city to open locations.
That is correct. We are doing an outreach session to recruit businesses to come in and operate those locations this Thursday at the airport.
One other comment, recently I went to Florida for the day, left in the morning, came back at night on a Saturday, went to Terminal C, there was a 40-minute wait, as Councilman Greenlee's talking about, a 40-minute wait in Terminal C. I walked over to Terminal B, it was 10 minutes. Is there a way to have on your boards that show the gates and so forth, the waiting times at each gate for security? So it says gate B is 10 minutes, gate C is 40 minutes, so I know which gate to go to.
Two things. One, there is a TSA app that we would be happy to show you that does monitor wait times at the different locations at different airports.
Yeah, but I'm talking about to put it right on your board so the Philadelphia resident can say, oh, let me go to B versus C. It just improves that customer experience.
That's right, and that's the other thing that we're looking at this summer in partnering with TSA. One will be to help us manage it actively with people. The second will be to introduce a technology or just an information system that will allow people to see what the waits
All you got
are.
to do is tell people, go to B, don't go to C, and you've solved the issue.
Yes,
Okay, thank you very much.
sure.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you.
I can't help on the estrogen end, but I'll try to give some good testosterone comments. And first of all, I want to thank you for being, I've been in many airports. Some of them I had the distinction of having to sleep overnight in, and it's no fun. In my airport in Philadelphia, I get good service. I haven't experienced some of the things my colleagues have experienced, but the reason I get good service is because of good employees. And good employees both in the official airport city worker end, but also some of your subcontractors go out of their way and often are in post 9/11 on point with the security. When Councilwoman Blackwell dealt with the Ebola crisis, they had to go on those planes fearlessly and make sure that we were okay as passengers. And so it was not a heavy lift when Councilman Good, former Councilman Good, fought for a living wage. My question is twofold. How did we communicate the executive order first and then our interest in having a living wage to those subcontractors? That's my first question. And are they in compliance?
Okay, so the answer to your first question, it was when we signed the new use and lease agreement with the airline, so that's the first group of subcontractors, it was in the use and lease agreement that the airlines had to be compliant with that ordinance. So it's right there in the contract, if you will, the use and lease agreement. We also talked to them about it and received a letter from American Airlines on behalf of the other airlines that they would be compliant with that.
So to date, all of the subcontractors are in compliance with our living wage ordinance?
We have received letters of compliance from all of the subcontractors. I can ask Deputy Mayor Laser to come forward and talk a little bit about what they're doing to ensure compliance as well. When it comes to the second group of subcontractors, which are the concession operators, when we signed a new concession agreement that council also approved about a year and a half ago, it was written into that agreement that they would be compliant with the living wage as those subleases turned
So I
over.
know what our intent was.
Yes.
What has been the impact?
Yes, go ahead.
Rich Laser, Deputy Mayor for Labor. Councilman, just so we came in, so prevailing labor standards falls under my office. So when we came in, I asked Perry at Labor Standards to do an audit of the ground handling folks at the airport. So we have conducted a numerous amount of interviews with workers, our city investigator who went into the airport, did interviews with workers, and we also looked at certified payrolls through the airlines. And at this moment, there are no violations at the airport when it comes to wage issues.
So my former colleague and now Mayor Kenny was a firm advocate and supporter of this. Can you explain to me why we're still having job interruptions, protests, and things like that? And how can you assure this body that we are not going to have that right at the time when we're showing off our city to the DNC?
Yeah, so we are in everyday conversations with workers at the airport, specifically SEIU and Unite Here, to try to address any concerns they have. We are in constant communication with the airport to try to mediate the best effort on how we can try to calm, and we want labor harm. The mayor wants labor harmony, labor peace at the airport. That's our goal. So we're working through with our partners at the airport to try to get to that part. I mean, we're meeting regularly about it, and we're trying to come up with solutions to try to stop, not have work stoppages.
See, my feeling is that we own that airport. We are the job owner. They are subcontractors. We passed a law, that law, so it was designed so that we didn't get black eyes on national TV. I'm just uncomfortable about how we, not with the airport management, I'm going to say that 3 times, not with the airport management, not with the airport, but where is the incentive for these subcontractors not to have us in a position where, and when people look at it on national TV, they're not going to say that, oh, that's a subcontractor. They're going to say the city of Philadelphia has not done labor peace. And we are actively looking for other opportunities to put us on the world stage. We had the Pope. We now have the DNC. There are other big ticket items we want to have. And one of the reasons we won the Pope concession was the fact that we had relatively labor peace. And that is a concern of mine as we try to get more revenues, more flights, more conventions, more visitors coming through that airport expeditiously and not on the backs of labor.
And we
I know I'm preaching to the choir.
We definitely agree with that, and we're working internally very hard to try to, like I said, not have any work stoppages at the airport and have labor peace. That's the number one priority, especially for my office, as we move forward.
So I know you're for it. I know the mayor's for it.
Right.
What are we doing, though? Give me a specific, are they meeting?
Yes.
What are we doing?
We are working to, I'm trying to say this out.
You don't have to say we're on it.
Yeah, we're definitely on it. It's a number one, it's a main priority for us to
I wanna be
have labor
involved
peace.
with the who of the labor, but the what the impact is. Finally, we are prepared. No, I'll wait for the next round, Mr. President. No, you want, no, I'll wait.
Okay. All right, Councilman, thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to follow up on some of the questions you had asked earlier regarding the capacity expansion program at the airport. Because of the CEP program, the airport was not able to go to market in reference to bonds, so I understand they're going to be doing a significant commercial paper program, I believe, this year. Can you provide some more information about that, as well as your outreach in reference to vendors of color, especially in the professional services sector, that can help in that effort?
Good morning, Councilman. Tracy Borda speaking. Yes, the CP program that we have, we currently have a $350 million CP program, which offers a ton of benefits when you have a large capital program such as ours. First and foremost, it provides flexibility with just-in-time funding. It's amazing the lower interest costs that you pay on this program. That's probably the second most important. We've been able to date, pay only about $1.2 million in interest costs, whereas if we had done a large fixed funding bond deal when we originally went out, we probably would have paid closer to $35 million in interest costs. So overall, the program has been very beneficial to us. With regard to your second question, which is how are we reaching out to the professional services minority women-owned community, I'll start off, and I don't know if Shelley or Kathy want to add on, but last fall, we had an economic opportunity forum. I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact dates.
Yes.
Yeah, but we spoke, we reached out to...
It was in October.
Oh, thank you, Shelley. It was in October. I believe we had over, was it 350 or 500?
Almost 500.
Yeah, over 500 attendees at that program. What we did during that day was we talk about the way you can locate contracting opportunities with the city, the way you can register on the city's website to be notified of those opportunities. We walk them through the upcoming opportunities that we would have in the next year, professional service and non-professional service contracting opportunities. It was a really well-attended event, and I think we also provided time for meet and greets between prime and subcontractors, which was very beneficial to the minority and women-owned businesses in the room.
And just if it's my understanding, you're going to expand the CP program this year as well?
Right now, we're in discussions with the city treasurer's office about strategies going forward. That would be one option to potentially expand the program. Another option would be to take out the CP program with a fixed rate deal and then re-up the CP program so that, again, it becomes a revolving availability, but take out what we've spent to date. To date, we've spent about $190 million in CP. We were going to monitor where our spend is, and there could be a deal as needed as early as the spring. We're not quite sure, but we work closely with the city
I know
treasurer.
PGW also, because they also going to go to market because of potential sales of the CP program, and it's my understanding this fall they'll be taking out the CP to do a fixed deal. So it seems like you're looking at both options as a potential, and going to spring you'll be making some type of decision.
Yes, yeah, we're...
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, in reference to 8A, you still do 8A certifications at the airport?
I'm sorry, I'm not
You
familiar
still
with
do
that.
the 8A certifications at the airport?
8A. I don't...
Yeah, I know. No, we don't do those any longer.
You told me
Councilman
that,
Green.
okay. Another point in reference to autism, I know the airport has done a very good job over the years in providing opportunities for families and children on the spectrum. I know some years ago I participated in a program with my son with Dr. Wendy Ross and Autism Inclusion Resources at the airport. My understanding you're still continuing those type of initiatives, and if you could speak on that.
Yes, you're talking about the airport's Autism Access Program. It is a great program. In fact, I think we were the first in the nation to institute it, and I do recall you participating in the program. It's a great program that allows any autistic individual or families with autistic children to come to the airport to basically experience what it is like, all the sights and sounds that go along with getting onto a flight. So they make their way through ticketing, through security, and actually board a plane. The only thing missing is actual takeoff, but we do have them taxi around the airfield, so they sort of get more comfortable with that experience and hopefully become future passengers of the airport. So our next event is actually May 10th in the evening, and we're working with several families right now to have another good event at the airport.
As a follow-up to looking at your budget testimony, when you provide information on the top 10 domestic origination and destinations, as well as top 5 international origination and destinations, what steps are we taking to try to grow the airport? I know because of some of the changes in industry, carriers are putting more people on planes, And actually, that's part of the reason why there's been some changes in the CEP program. But are we trying to use the DNC to strategically leverage opportunities for growth at the airport? I know I've had a similar conversation with PIDC in reference to Navy Yard. Considering we have such a large number of people coming through the airport for this event, how are we trying to leverage that opportunity to grow the airport both domestically and internationally?
I don't know that we look at the DNC as an opportunity to really leverage additional destinations, but we work that constantly with both existing domestic and international partners, airlines that serve the airport today, as well as folks that we don't have. We participate in a number of domestic and international conferences where we meet with them. We put together business cases to try and show that if an airline that is not currently at the airport were to come and serve us, how they could be profitable, all sorts of stuff. But at the end of the day, it's really about the bottom line to them. They want to make sure that if they devote a very expensive asset or set of assets, planes, to a route in Philadelphia, that it's going to be profitable. On the domestic side, we've been successful this year. We have service to from 3 carriers to 17 new additional cities. 2 of those are brand new cities that we didn't have service to before. And so we're very excited about that. We're also continuing to work the international angle.
Just to wrap up, because my time is up, wanted to get some perspective on who would you say are your main competitors in reference to trying to grow on the domestic side and international, especially considering the changes in the industry over the past couple of years?
Who competitors of the airport are? We have competitors really in 2 groups, Councilman. One is regionally. So the folks in Philadelphia in some ways are lucky because they can travel to Newark, to New York, or down to Washington, D.C. to get on airplanes. We need to make sure that our flights offer great service to a large number of cities and that they're competitive in price. The main way you can assure price competitiveness is to have more than one airline flying a route. And we're happy to say that on our top 15 routes, the most traveled routes at the airport, we do have more than one airline flying them. So that's one way that we can address the competition, and it's regional. The second group of competitors is really the other American Airlines hubs. American Airlines carries 3/4 of our passengers. And, we're about, 55% origination and destination folks who get on and off airplanes and stay in Philadelphia, and 45% connecting. They just get off a plane and get on another one and fly out. That connecting traffic is vulnerable, if you will, because American can choose to connect that traffic through any one of their hubs. So we have to make sure that we maintain a competitive posture with the other American Airlines hubs in terms of cost and in terms of efficiency of operations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Excuse me. Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of quick questions. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's been a long morning. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
How are you today? I just had a couple of questions, actually more statements, and I was hoping that you could discuss the airport a little bit further, picking up sort of on Councilman Green's question about competitiveness in the region, and just knowing what a tight airspace we have here in Philadelphia. It's very, very congested. We have, by my count, and correct me if I'm wrong, you've got LaGuardia, JFK, Newark, Baltimore, Dulles, and Reagan.
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. And so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other airports in the region, all that, as you said, we're very fortunate that we have quite a selection to choose from, but there's no place like home.
That's right.
And Philadelphia International does such a great job. One of the things that I noticed from your testimony, and I'll beat you up just a little bit, and I remember saying the same thing to Mark Yale when he was here, is that we don't promote the great things that we do enough. I just really don't feel that in our testimony it speaks to the airport, the amount of competitiveness that we have in this region, and what we do with the small amount of land that we have. we have a very small parcel of land. I kind of liken it to if you have an envelope, a letter-size envelope, and you have a stamp on that envelope. The stamp is about the amount of land that we have to work with versus the entire envelope almost for many of these other airports. And so when I read that we've accommodated 31.4 million passengers last year alone, and 400,000 tons of freight and mail annually, it's enormous, it's huge. And again, we do it with a very small amount of land. We make it work. And so, I just really would like to see us talk a little bit more and promote ourselves with all the good things that we do. Philadelphia is ahead of the curve. Philadelphia International Airport, I should say, is ahead of the curve on so many different things. And, I do want to acknowledge also Kathleen Padilla, who, is your first transgender appointee and who's doing a wonderful, wonderful job.
Yes,
and
she
really
is.
appreciate you being here and support you 1,000%. And when you talk about, again, being ahead of the curve, let's promote all of the things that we do that are way out there, way ahead of the curve, and that really do speak to how, we're forward-thinking in Philadelphia.
Point taken. I could probably talk for hours about all the things that we do well at the airport. I think I would just highlight two for you right now.
Sure.
One is our award-winning arts program. We have a number of displays throughout the airport. They're all done by local artists. We have permanent art displays and we have temporary ones, and it's something that really calms the passenger and gives them something to smile about as they come through the airport. The second thing I'm going to talk to you about is really a forward-looking thing, but we, I guess about a month ago, we shot a video that will be viewed by all airport employees. There are approximately 20,000 airport employees that have to get a badge. And when the employees go in to get their badge, they will have to view this 5-minute video on customer service. And it's really going to reinforce some of the great things that we do today. It has little vignettes of great examples of customer service and not so great examples. But it'll bring to the top of everyone's mind the issue of how we need to treat our customers and our passengers each and every day. We have lots of things. I'll come and spend some more time with you and talk about that, but point taken for next year.
Thank you. Can you speak just a little bit about the amount of congestion that we have in this region? Air congestion, I mean. Because I remember a few years ago being on a flight coming into Philadelphia, and I remember the pilot making a statement, we're delayed, it's Philadelphia again, And I wanted to, I can't say, now you can't say anything bad about pilots or whatever, but it was really inappropriate. It was highly inappropriate and very unprofessional to make a statement about Philadelphia being the cause of what was happening in the air. Where, as you know, because of the amount of congestion, if you have a storm in New York or you have a storm in, to the south in D.C., or of course here in Philadelphia, there's a ripple effect. There's an effect on what happens, not just here in Philadelphia, but somehow we end up getting the brunt of the blame for, the operations throughout the region.
We do, and delays are there are really three things that can ultimately start to solve the delay problems. One is pavement on the ground. And that was our, the new runway and some of the airfield improvements that we're making. It's not just the new runway, though. By adding additional taxiways, giving airplanes additional ways to get to the runways and to queue up for the flights, will ultimately allow it to operate more efficiently. We're doing that taxiway work, some of it now, even without the new runway. The decline in operations has really reduced the delays at Philadelphia. It's not near as bad as it was. It's been going down for the past 10 years. It's down by 23%.
So what's happening there? Is that's like we're not accepting as many smaller planes? Are they going to Northeast Philadelphia Airport or other places? Is that what's
Two main reasons. One is that the airlines are upgauging their fleet. They're flying larger aircraft with more seats. So that is exactly one of the reasons. The second is that the load factors, so the number of people, the percent full of each plane is going up as well.
Okay.
So both of those factors contribute to the fact that operations, takeoffs and landings, are down by 23%, but passenger levels are only down by 3% and actually on the rise.
Okay.
So we're serving just as many passengers almost, but a lot fewer operations, which helps to reduce the delays. There are two other things that can help reduce delays. One is, you said, we're in a very busy part of the country, and so it's the airspace above us that's controlled by the FAA, and an airspace redesign is another issue that can help, not really completely in our control, but something that we talk to them about. And then the third is technology. You may have heard about next gen. It's aircraft technology that'll help more precisely locate the position of aircraft and allow more operations to happen in a shorter period of time.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
Yes.
ladies.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Squilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, ladies, and it's
Good morning.
great to see a very professional woman leading the airport alone. So
Thank you.
my issue too is that obviously we're still trying to grow. So we want to attract some airlines, direct flights, and we talked about Asia and some other places too. Is that something that is a top priority for the airport, and what can we do to help?
It absolutely is a top priority for the airport. It's one of our missing links in our network that we don't have direct service to Asia. So I think some of our biggest opportunities exist with other One World Alliance partners. So American Airlines, when U.S. Airways merged with American and became the new American, they became part of the One World Alliance. And there are some One World carriers that we are redoubling our efforts to try and attract to come in, because if they're part of the alliance, it helps with baggage connections. They can sell the same tickets, that sort of thing. They can work together more seamlessly to provide that direct service. So, one that comes to mind that flies to one of our top underserved cities in Asia is Japan Airlines to Tokyo. So that's one that we're talking about. When it comes to putting those business cases together, anything that we can do as a region, as a council, as an airport to show that there are business folks who are going to get on those planes and buy those business class seats and first class seats, and then visitors to help fill up economy. Anything we can do to make that case is helpful, and I'd be happy to talk with you further about how we might be able to work together to do that.
I mean, that's great. I know we're working with Commerce too on that
Yes.
avenue, and because I think once the Asian population realizes Philadelphia's geographic location to everything else and comes here, to me there's no turning around, because we're situated in such great location from New York and Baltimore and DC, and we're right in the middle of everything, and it's better to fly here than have to fly there. I mean, it is frustrating. We want to fly out of Philadelphia, and when sometimes people go overseas, they have to fly, they drive to another airport to go. And I think Philadelphia, being the city that it is, don't want to give up to another city what we could be doing here.
I agree. I'd like to point out that we are, the airport is actually aligned under the Commerce Department now, under this administration. So that makes us natural partners to work on those initiatives together, and we are absolutely doing that.
Well, that makes a lot of sense, and knowing that we're here to help, and so whatever we could do also to encourage that type of development and working relationship, I think will go a long way to, let the people know that we really want to encourage them to be here, and whatever we could do to help them get here, we're on board with you. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Council President, I have an answer to your initial question about the composition of our exempts.
I was going to tell you to get out of here while you can.
Oh, okay. All right. I can do that.
I'll tell you what, on your way out, just slip it to me.
I will do that. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Council President Clark and members of the City Council. I am Deborah McCarty, Commissioner of the Water Department. With me today are Melissa Labuda, our Deputy Commissioner of Finance, and Donna Schwartz, our Deputy Commissioner of Operations. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on the Water Department's fiscal year 2017 operating budget. Excuse me. I'd like to highlight several initiatives the Water Department has begun or continued over the past year. All three of our water pollution control plants achieved at least 5 years of 100% compliance with our Federal Clean Water Act requirements. We bid and awarded the East Park Reservoir Project, a $78 million contract with 15% minority and 10% women participation. We began implementing what we call quality of life specs in our public works contracts to help improve neighbors' experience during water main and sewer construction projects. We moved closer to our virtual merger of the Water Department and Water Revenue call centers, which, when complete, will provide a seamless customer experience and improve response efficiencies. We implemented self-serve metering appointments, which has improved customer service and decreased the phone time required of our meter shop staff, allowing them more time to service water meters and other assignments. We continue to meet our Clean Water Act stormwater compliance under the Green City Clean Waters program. We are on target to meet our first five-year target of 744 green acres by June 30th. We worked with the Schuylkill Navy to install 2 new water fountains along Kelly Drive. The department is currently looking to install more water fountains across the city and is in the RFI process for such a program. We increased the goal for the number of miles of water main relays from 22 to 28 miles per year. This effort will hopefully reduce the number of water main breaks and improve system reliability. We continue to build our workforce inclusion by continuing our apprenticeship and Power Corps programs. Our DBE vendor participation rate in fiscal 16 is projected to be 30%, with state and local businesses making up 89% of our capital projects. We've also continued engaging the vendor community by publishing the Take Part newsletter 3 times per year and hosting educational seminars, with the most recent held a few weeks ago at Venice Island, which welcomed over 120 companies representing both primes and disadvantaged firms. Also, we amended our regulations to allow for no-interest loans to customers to replace their lead service lines and to provide a $50 bill credit for customers who participate in our lead sampling program. These programs are projected to be available July 1st of this year. The Water Fund is an enterprise fund of the city, funded by revenues generated through charges to our customers. The Water Department's operating budget is a component of the Water Fund, and it is what we are discussing today. As you know, we are currently in the middle of our first rate case before the Independent Water, Sewer, and Stormwater Rate Board, which now has the authority to set the rates we charge our customers. We work hard to keep rates low by continuing to implement operational efficiencies. In fact, our rates compare very favorably on regional and national scales. We also keep rates affordable by offering several assistance programs to those in need. However, in order to meet our service goals and mandates, we are requesting an additional $32 million in our fiscal 17 budget over the current fiscal 16 projection. This increase is driven primarily by regulatory compliance, infrastructure maintenance costs, and labor and workforce costs. Finally, I'd like to close by noting that the work we do to provide our ratepayers with high-quality drinking water and cleaner streams and waterways would not be possible without the dedicated employees who perform their jobs day in and day out, no matter what the conditions. Thank you again for your time, and I am happy to answer questions. Excuse me.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I had a couple questions. One in particular. Page 6 of your testimony proposal total operating budget water 418, and for 17, which is 32 million increase over 16. However, the FY16 you originally appropriated 403 million, but you're expected to spend approximately 386, which is relatively low by the end of 16. So there's a pattern of you underspending, which is, you know, in government, not normal. It's a good thing. But given that pattern of underspending and proposed rate increases of 6.2 in FY17 and 5.5 in FY18, can you please detail how these savings factor into the formula for the proposed rate? So you're spending less money than you're budgeted for, but yet you want a rate increase. Can you tell me?
Well, I can give you the short answer, but then I'll defer to my CFO. But basically, the rates aren't set to meet 100% of our budget, because we do factor in that, unfortunately, we can't spend 100% of our budget. That's, as you mentioned, it's actually not almost probably even feasible. But we work very hard because the money we're asking for, we truly believe we need, but we don't always.
Why do you need it, though, if you're not spending to the level of prior year's budgeted?
We would maybe budget for, say, $100,000 in parts, and maybe we don't end up needing to purchase all those parts throughout the fiscal year, or maybe there are challenges in getting them within that fiscal year, ordering them, things like that. So you have to budget because you anticipate that need, but you won't always.
Yeah, but you're budgeted, you're asking for an increase. I mean, if you were consistent, if you maintain a particular budget and over a period of time you underspent, so you would have a fund balance. We don't call them surpluses around here. You have a fund balance, but now you're asking for a 6% increase in rates. I don't quite understand that. Why do we need such a significant increase in rates when we're not spending to the level of our budgeted amount?
Good morning, Council President. Melissa Labuda. If I may try to answer your question. So as Commissioner McCarty mentioned, we don't set rates to cover 100% of our budget. We set rates to cover approximately 90% of our budget, which means the gap between budgetary appropriation and rates is about $76 to $77 million, which is for unforeseen or unanticipated expenses. And I'll give you an example. Electricity demands, we have approximately 80% of our electricity demand hedged via the Energy Office, and the 20% is procured in the spot market or the day-to-day market. We have to anticipate those costs to have irregular patterns and not be at the hedged rate. So we have additional appropriation to cover that 20% of electricity that's not hedged. That would be in our class.
So are we anticipating a significant increase in electric?
We actually held our electricity total appropriation budget flat to fiscal year 16. What it means is there's about $4 million of additional appropriation to cover additional emergency needs related to electricity. It's the same capacity we ask for on chemicals. There could be conditions in the river that changes the turbidity levels, or the conditions in the river that requires us to treat the water drinking water that we provide to our customers with additional chemicals. There's additional appropriation.
Has there been a change in the regulations that required that, or?
Well, no, in fact, complying with the existing regulations. So a few fiscal years ago, we had to add more.
So we're not now complying?
Well, we are complying, but.
So why do we need additional money?
Because, well, chemical costs are one of our highest line items.
Okay.
They do vary as you go through the years. We work very hard to get the best rates we can, but if the river conditions change where we have to add more chemicals, for instance, ferric chloride or activated carbon happens to be one of our more expensive chemicals, and we had to do so a few years ago. We had the funds to do that. If we had not been able to add that additional chemical, we would not necessarily have complied with our regulations.
Okay, so say you get your increase, and obviously we hope you don't. So you have a significant cushion, and you come in under your budgeted amount. And the potential cost in utilities, i.e. electric and chemical purchases, they come in below expectations, basically maintain a stable level. Are you going to give that money back to the customers?
So in fact, our current rate increase doesn't cover the total water fund budget. We have offered a proposed rate increase that does in fact utilize reserve funds to bridge the differential between estimated spend rates and revenues. So we are anticipating utilizing our rate stabilization fund to bridge that differential in 17.
Say that again.
So when we submitted our rate increase, we contemplated using the rate stabilization fund to bridge the differential between rates or revenues and expenses.
So the rates are, basically said another way, the rate increase isn't as large as it could have been because we're tapping into the rate stabilization fund, which is what that's there for. So, and I also should note that there was no rate increase this fiscal year, and we are very competitive. In fact, we're a lot lower. Our rates are much lower than the surrounding areas.
All right, so the last time we were asked to it was based on conservation methods, because we said we do so well in conserving water with all of the new programs and getting people to turn the tap off and all the other aspects. That's why we needed additional money, because we were losing money because we were doing what we were told to do. So that's not the case, because if you told me that, I would say, okay, at least you're being consistent, but now there's like a new response. So I'm kind of like,
well, I think it's
somewhat skeptical.
I hear you, but the fact is that consumption is going down, and it continues to decrease, and that's because of conservation as well as the fixtures that people are installing. Toilets need less water, and we're gradually seeing that over time take effect.
So I gave you a response to me. All right.
I'm sorry, what?
I said I gave you a softball. I gave you a response to my questions.
Thank you.
All right. Real quick. As it relates to cost of doing business, and, have you all, particularly since we've gotten involved with the Energy Authority, have you all looked at being able to generate additional revenue or reducing costs internally, i.e., if your electricity costs or your utility costs are increasing based on some information, and sometimes politicians, when we get information, we're dangerous, that there's actually an opportunity to generate internally energy for purposes of the water department? Is there an approach to that method?
Well, yeah, we do have, we augment our electricity consumption at our Southeast wastewater plant we have some solar panels. At our Northeast plant, we have a cogeneration facility which takes the gas produced from the wastewater treatment process, generates electricity. It basically can take the entire load of that facility, as a matter of fact. And also at our Southwest plant, we are using that gas as fuel for the heat dryer that processes our sludge, or biosolids. That's the correct word.
All right, so can you lay out, not now, but can you give me because we're going to be very aggressive on this whole energy issue. The city, I'll put it on myself until we create the 10,000 jobs. But I jumped out there and said we're going to create 10,000 jobs by virtue of energy retrofit. A significant part of that cost savings and creating alternative sources of energy were based on some of the issues with the water department. We're looking at something up at the Art Museum now. Are you all in that?
Are you talking about the heat recovery from the sewer? I'm not sure.
No. Okay, you're not in that. All right. Okay, so can you just forward to us the list of proposed energy savings and efficiencies relating to your operation? Because we really want to get aggressive. While I understand consumption is going down, and that's a good thing, but there are also ways of saving money internally, so we don't pass that lack of consumption as a rate increase to the customers. We should be able to bring those costs down internally.
I mean, what I can tell you is for many years that has been on our radar. I think maybe we're even ahead of the curve in some respects. We control when we pump the water from the rivers. So it's not during peak demand periods. We work very hard to make sure we conserve energy throughout all of our facilities. Using Energy Star motors, things like that. So it is something that has been in the forefront, I could say, probably for over 20 years for us. And we're constantly looking for opportunities to reduce costs, reduce energy, reduce chemical costs, things like that. But yeah, we can get you something.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to, just finish up. I have to turn it over to my colleagues. I mean, there was a time when we talked about creating energy authority. I know you were around. I'm not sure if you were in the meetings. We were talking about using the river to generate electricity. And Barry Davis, I think at the time, was working with us from the law department, and he had a series of initiatives that made a whole lot of sense. And I just like to know what your department is doing with respects to that, creating some innovative ideas about those particular processes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
I understand about this excess fund money that you all like to have, but I would certainly like to know how it registers in terms of emergency problems in our city. Specifically, all of you know about the pipes that broke in the street on North 52nd Street between Westminster and Wyalusing. And all of you know that these things happen from time to time in our city, so this could affect all of us here. And as you also know, it happened on June 14th, and the last time I talked to the mayor's representative about a month ago, they said that there were 34 people who were not taken care of, and I mean, there were issues like they had to check on water, on mold and properties on many of them. And then they were saying, well, we're near ready to settle with someone. I mean, June 14th. And pretty soon we'll be at June again. And yet, you talk about having reserve funds, but that's very, very disconcerting that we have people, and as you see, I didn't contact them, I didn't ask them to come, and we try to be fair, but from June until now, we're at May again. For people to still have mold from last June 14th, for people to be sick, for people to not be compensated for the issues that happened when water came up to their kitchens, it's unconscionable. And I told everybody that I would not mention this every single week in council, but you all knew I had to mention this today and ask you where you are in terms of making sure that, where are you? The mayor's office gave me the list even of 34 people about 2 weeks ago. So where are you with regard to helping those people? I'm sure you're going to tell me it's all resolved.
Councilwoman, I surely wish I could tell you that. What I can tell you is that 66 claimants have been, paid to date. There have been 12 releases so that payment is pending for those folks. And then currently there are 16 releases that
Say that again. You say that again.
So 66 claimants have received checks.
So you're saying 66 claimants have received checks. So they just gave in. All right.
12 releases have been issued, so the payment is pending essentially.
12 releases. So what does that mean?
Well, you have to sign a release to get the check cut.
And when will that be cut? We waited months and months when you say we agree and checks will be cut. What does that mean?
I can't speak for risk, but I can tell you that I believe it's imminent. We can check on that and get back to you.
Yeah, I knew releases did not mean they were going to get it any time.
Well,
so that takes us up to 78. And what was the third figure you mentioned?
And then there are 16 that are pending.
Pending based on what?
Pending on, some of it is, basically, we're in the last stages of settling all these claims. They're working on connecting with some of the claimants to just get the releases signed, things like that.
See, so you all,
Now, and what I can tell you also is that of the claimants, the 66 that I initially mentioned, if you recall, we did a lot of partial payments to folks, so because they needed to get, their car fixed or whatever that might be. So some of the 12 and 16 that I mentioned, the 12 releases and the 16 pending, some of them are duplicate people, so you can't add those numbers up and get the total number of claimants, but you can add those numbers up and get the total
I
number of
don't know
claims.
what that means. If you tell me that from 66 claimants that were not resolved,
No, I'm saying that 66 claimants have been paid. Some of those folks have additional claims because we did a partial. If you recall, you had urged us to attempt to resolve many of those issues, and risk management was able to make partial claims to many of the folks.
so how many? How many are?
So there are 16 pending right now.
So the 16 pending
Mhm.
are part of the 66, but they haven't gotten all their money, they've gotten
Some of them, correct.
And then, so we have 12 releases that we think will come
Right.
before June.
Payment is in the process, right.
So that is still, that means out of nearly 100 people, and maybe more,
I actually think it's more like 78.
yeah, I heard that, and then heard at another hearing it was a different amount. You did tell us before it was 68, but then we hear different amounts from your department as well. So well, where do you get the number 66 if you admit there were 78?
So 66 have been paid already. Some of those 66 have additional claims. Those additional claims are included in the 12 that releases have been signed and the 16 who are pending to get their releases signed.
Mr. President, I cannot support this part of our budget process. I cannot support the water department. I cannot complain about it without us having this issue resolved. We always get all these different numbers. We had one, I won't go through the individual cases anymore, but I will say that for you to even know you're coming here, know we have these people who've been sick, who've been displaced, people we were paying car fare for and food, knowing how they were treated, but to say you have money you have to put aside just in case there's a problem is unconscionable. Mr. President, I hope that when we have our call back, we would like them to call back, and we expect them to have my issues resolved. And I ask my colleagues to beware. This could happen to any of you. Look at all the holes we have in the streets now that are not fixed from last year. And, but that we expect this issue to be resolved. So we will expect you to come back when we have budget callbacks. We always do, as long as any of us has a concern. And we expect this to be resolved. I don't know how else I can say it. I scream so much at the meetings, and nothing seems to work. I met with the mayor on it at least 3 times. He assigned staff to it, and we still don't have it resolved. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do, except maybe go out there. Maybe we got to do old-fashioned demonstrating or something. I don't know what's required, but I know I do not expect June 14th to be here again, and these issues still exist. It's unconscionable. It's unfair, it's immoral, it doesn't show that we care at all about the people who pay our salaries and the people who live and work here. It's so unfair. And this isn't an area, a rich area, this is an area where people are struggling. And so what we get is that you have money put aside. You have money put aside in case things happen. Well, I don't know what you want to happen, but it's unconscionable that you treat our citizens this way. We will not accept it. We'll never accept it. And we expect this issue to be resolved before this budget's passed.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And Commissioner, we will forward from the committee a detailed list of questions relating to that particular issue, and probably a couple of more, because I'm still not buying this whole notion for a 6% increase when you're spending less than your budgeted amount on an annual basis. That tells me you don't really need to have an additional cushion as it relates to your water fund. And we will have callbacks, and we would ask that you please respond to those very specific questions. And I anticipated that the Councilwoman would have those questions, and you probably should have too, given the interaction between the two departments. So we're going to give you that and ask you to please be prepared to respond to those questions. All right?
Well, yes, I mean, we're working with risk management. I mean, it's in their hands right now.
You want
but
me to bring risk management, and we'll bring them in, and we can have both of you at the table. Is that okay?
That's fine by me. I mean,
Okay, thank you.
But I would like to emphasize, my understanding is that we're in the final stages. It's just connecting with these 16 last people to get the releases signed.
It's okay. I mean, this is kind of like our only opportunity to have this level of dialogue, so. And this has been going on
I'm
for
always
a while.
happy to have a dialogue with you, Council President.
Yeah, but, when we're discussing your budget, we tend to get different responses than a traditional, informational hearing. All right, Councilwoman, we'll make sure we'll get that letter, ask our budget people to sit down with your staff and craft the direct request. Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Council President. First, I want to commend the Water Department for the high quality of water they provide for the citizens of the City of Philadelphia. I know over the past number of weeks and months, there's been a lot of concerns in reference to water quality, especially in reference to the devastating situation in Flint, Michigan. However, the real challenge in the City of Philadelphia has been not so much from the water quality, but from the actual means that water is delivered to citizens in the city by the lead pipes that may be in their homes. I know we've had ongoing conversations in this body and in various hearings regarding replacement of lead pipes, and based on page 4 of your testimony, you are providing a no-interest loan program, and I know there was some outreach you've done to try to get more people to participate in the program. The existing program you have, and also you talk about the new program starting July 1. What type of efforts are you taking to get the word out in reference to this new initiative starting in the beginning of the fiscal year?
We've sent out to all the RCOs in the city, all the registered community organizations, emails offering to come to their community meetings and present on the issue. Some of them have taken us up on it already, and I believe we've been to at least one meeting so far. We are constantly tweaking our webpage. We have a whole page on lead and improving it. Hopefully, we are trying and working with hopefully any leads that City Council can provide us to just reach out to community, any fairs or anything like that. We're always happy to attend and try to share the information with the public and get the word out.
Are you also putting information in the water bills themselves in reference to the program? Or is that something you'll be doing come July 1 and later?
Well, we can, we are, yes. Oh, right, and I was just reminded that of our annual drinking water quality report. We've sent out the postcards for folks, and that's available online. And if someone wants a hard copy, they can get that as well. So we're trying many different avenues, but yes, the water, sewer, and stormwater bill as well.
Okay. Has there been any discussions in reference to talking with any of the commercial entities in the City of Philadelphia that do public service announcements, from any television or media entities, to try to see if they'd be willing to provide this information through their networks as well?
Yeah, we've issued press releases, but we've not been, we haven't pursued public service announcements, so that's a good idea.
Well, I guess I would think that considering that the water issue has been such a prominent issue in this, and not just in Michigan, but across the country, that various media outlets may be more interested in hearing some of the steps that the city is taking to address this issue, especially considering that our bigger issue is the lead pipes in homes and not the water itself.
Right.
And I know there's been, I know CBS 3 did a story. I know Councilman Gimmons been very involved in this issue as well. But I think just being a little more proactive and using some of those opportunities to get the word out, especially considering that this is the real issue of the lead pipes in someone's home and not necessarily the water that's going into those pipes.
Right.
On a somewhat related but different matter, I know we've had some conversations regarding water laterals, which I know when I worked for Councilman Tasco, that was an issue for some of the constituents in her district and as well as other council members. And the water departments are looking at various steps in reference to what they're going to do in that regard. Has that decision been made, or are they still evaluating what steps they're going to do in reference to coming up with a program to address water laterals?
You're not talking about the help loan.
I'm sorry?
You're talking about the lead service?
I've moved from the lead service line to actual water laterals in reference to what steps the water department may be taking to help, although those are owned by the homeowner, what steps the water department may be taking to provide some assistance for people to address their lateral.
Well, there is the help loan, so if your lateral fails, then you can get a zero-interest 5-year loan to get it replaced. I mean, that's the assistance program we provide for basically the water and the wastewater side of a customer's pipes.
Okay, so you're saying you're not taking any other initiatives, because I thought there was some conversation about some other programs. I know National League of Cities have been involved in various programs, and there's been some conversations in that regard.
I'm not aware. Pardon? I can't. We are looking into, we've done an LRFI for warranty program.
Right.
Sorry, thank you. And so we're evaluating the responses to those proposals.
Right.
And we're looking into that as well, yes.
And do you have any type of timeline on it, making a decision in reference to if you are going to issue an RFP or not?
I would think in the next couple months we'd figure it out.
Okay, so sometime...
This summer.
Oh, at the end of the summer, okay. Also, I know that you are doing a second-generation advanced metering infrastructure system, which is part of your 6-year capital program. And can you give some perspective on that program in reference to, is there a pilot testing AMI systems in Philadelphia, and who are some of the vendors that are being utilized?
So we are looking at the next phase of AMR, and as you mentioned, that's AMI. And we have pilots, I believe it's 4 or 5 vendors, Aclara, Census, Itron, can't remember some of the others, but that we're piloting in up to 100 homes, these different vendors' product, and it'll help inform our RFP, which we hope to go out this fall.
This fall, okay. And my understanding that infrastructure system uses a technology that allows kind of a low-frequency wireless network. Is this a network that can be used by other departments in the city of Philadelphia, or is that capability available?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And are you aware, because I know my time is up, are you aware of what other cities have done with this type of low-frequency wireless network in reference to allowing other departments outside of water to participate or to use that technology?
We've looked at what other cities and municipalities are doing. I am not aware of using the same frequency, using the same frequency to transmit information for other utilities.
Okay.
There is sharing of maybe a pole where the base station would be, but I'm not aware of sharing the frequency.
Okay. I'll come back with some more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Dom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Greenlee, and good morning. Thanks,
Good
by the
morning.
way, for answering my questions on a separate letter that I sent you guys. I appreciate those answers. I have 4 quick questions. I want to try to keep it in the time frame. On page 9 of your testimony, I just had a question. It's a chart that shows the department's performance. And in the middle, it talks about the average time to repair a water main break. And it said in fiscal year 15, the actual was 5.7, but in 17, our target's less than 8. Well, I'm just trying to understand why we would set a higher time frame than what we're achieving.
It's funny you mentioned that because I looked at that and was thinking we should probably reduce that. Our goal has been 5 to 8 hours, but I agree that we have been outperforming our goal. It's probably worth
So
looking
maybe
at.
you could just adjust that, because I hate to see us performing and then set goals that are less performing. Second question, I just want to verify that. Are we still, in this, I know this is in revenue, but are we still about $125 to $150 million of delinquent water and sewer bills, roughly?
As of the close of fiscal year 15, that would be the accurate number. I would need to check with my colleagues to give you and WRB to give you an exact number year to date.
Okay. And I know that Councilman Green was asking some questions, I think, on the advanced metering infrastructure system. And it's a $90 million cost in the budget. What is the payback that we're anticipating for that system in years?
Well, we believe that there are savings, but we're still trying to, that'll be part of our analysis, whether it makes sense to go forward with AMI or not. So I don't know that we have a number for you right now. We're still evaluating whether it makes sense to move forward. But we want a budget because we know that the AMR is coming to an end, and we're probably going to have to do something.
The system sounds great, and what it can do sounds phenomenal. And other utilities should have the same ability to shut off remotely systems or trickle the water when the people aren't paying their bills or all those benefits that you'll have available. But I just want to make sure there's a payback of a certain amount of time associated with it.
Right.
But I think we should go full steam ahead and look at that system. Let me go back to Councilwoman Blackwell's comments about this problem at 52nd Street, I guess it is.
Yes.
She just gave me a sheet that was from a month ago that shows different residents of the city still waiting on mold estimates that occurred 11 months ago.
I'm sorry, waiting on what?
Mold estimates.
Well, I'm not familiar with that sheet, but what I can tell you is I know that we were in there a few times to do mold remediation. There may well still be the need. This is something that risk management has been managing, and I'm not sure the status of the mold remediation at this time.
But here's my concern. Mold is not something you play around with.
That's right.
Correct.
And so as soon as we have a leak anywhere, you immediately do a mold test within a day or 2 or 3 days, whatever, just to make sure. This has been 10 or 11 months. So what I'm asking is we can't go back, but how do we set a date now that we're going to resolve these issues, get these tests done, and make sure these areas are safe for our residents?
Well, I do know that tests have been done at the properties of concern through risk management for mold. And and as I said, I know that a lot of the properties, their mold remediation did occur. I'm not sure what specific properties are
On this
outstanding.
sheet from a month ago, there's still 8 or 9 properties waiting for a mold estimate. That means the test was done and you're waiting for the cost of remediation?
That might well be. I can't speak
I know,
to
but I
that.
guess, I don't know, is your department involved in doing this work?
Not any longer.
No. We need to either get it done, subcontract it out, or get it done quickly. This cannot wait. This is not unacceptable. From June of 2015, it's now May of 2016, and we're still waiting on this stuff? We got to get this done. So anyway, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, a couple of things. First of all, I appreciate the work that is done by the Water Department I've always said they're one of the smart departments, and has been very helpful in the fourth. I echo my colleagues' concern. Whenever there's a tragedy like this, it's the small people that wind up getting the worst of it. So whatever you can do to deal with that, I echo their concern. On to a different thing. How are we doing with our EPA resolutions? We had them about 5-10 years ago. Are we making headway with dealing with the federal government's concerns about some of our lateral systems and rainwater runoff?
So we're in, this June 30th, we're finishing our 5th year of the long-term control plan, the Clean Water Act mandated, EPA mandated requirements to reduce our runoff. And we're on target. Other folks actually know it as Green City Clean Waters. But we're on target to hit our 744 green acres and 600 million gallons of reduction in flow to our waterways.
That's progress. So I'm happy about that. That includes the plan to do bioretention, rain gardens, and things like that?
Yes, so it's our program. We believe we're leaders in the industry, so to speak, and so a bulk of our program is around green infrastructure. So the retention basins, green stormwater bump outs, porous paving, things like that. So yes, that's moving forward.
How is the water department doing with a school to work program, working with some of our young people, getting them into civil service jobs like the old CETA program, or how are we making headway with that?
Yes, we've been working with a few schools, Mastbaum, Randolph, and I can't remember the third, but excuse me, trying to, getting folks from high school and starting to work with us, and then hopefully becoming full-time employees with us. We also, PowerCorps is another awesome source of youth at risk to get full-time jobs with the water department, and that's been very successful as well.
So do you have numbers as to how many? So we asked the police department, we asked the fire department, we asked each department. We want to try to get it to scale. We believe that the best anti-violence measure you can do is give a kid a job. Mm-hmm. And so if we can increase and go to mass with that, getting them into our civil service ranks and in our union ranks, I think that's a worthwhile endeavor. So
yes.
Do you have numbers?
Yes. So our apprenticeship program, where we've used Edison, Mastbaum, and Randolph. Our first year, we had 3 students, and 2 are now permanent water department employees. Our second year in 2015, we had 3 students again. All 3 are ready to start into what we call phase 3 of the utility maintenance trainee, which makes them become permanent employees. And then this year, we have 6 students, and they're transitioning into phase 2, what we call, as vocational school interns when they graduate from high school.
So I'm going to consider that beta testing, that it can work, but I need 10 times that many a year in order to make a dent into, when we have the water breakages that we have to create that pathway. Mm-hmm. So to whatever degree we can do that tenfold, that would be, it's a good start, mm-hmm. Shows it can happen, but I really, really need us to consider our own Philadelphia stimulus package by hiring these young people to have lifelong careers. I mean, mm-hmm. City jobs are meaningful employment.
Yes.
And it's public service.
So we also, our PowerCorps, we've had 87 folks through our
well, you should have led with
PowerCorps.
that.
Well, I was trying to, but, that's a great program as well. We also work with Cobbs Creek, Jerome Shabazz, and working with those young folks. And then we also have summer internship workforce program, and the goal is to increase our diversity in the professional, like engineering, things like that. And so this is our 3rd year of doing that as well.
See, well, you should live with the first number. I worked with you on those guys. You get, so you get good marks for that. As we increase that ability, we also have personnel needs with, people in drop and people finding employment in the private sector because sometimes it pays better. That steady farm team, if you would, is the kind of thing.
Right.
Finally, where are we at on smart meters?
So the AMI, we're in the midst of piloting the AMI technology, different vendors at approximately 60 to 100 homes per vendor, and that'll help inform our request for proposals that we hope to get out this fall sometime.
So we have a commitment to making that happen, and why is it beneficial to the city to get these smart meters?
It should increase the, reduce the cost associated with rolling trucks to go check on things. You won't be driving around picking up the pings off the AMR, excuse me. We'll be able to, as Councilman Dom noted, we'll be able to potentially shut off remotely with the trickle of life.
I don't like the shut off part.
I hear you, but there are a lot of features that will help improve our collections, hopefully, as
So
well.
my final question is, speaking to President Clark's earlier question, to the number one cost in producing fresh water is electric. Is that correct?
Electricity and chemicals.
So electricity is high up, if not number one. How are we moving to solar power, alternative energy to produce that water in any way? I know we had a demonstration project. In fact, now Mayor Kenny went out with us. Has that moved to scale in any of our other water treatment plants?
Well, yes, we have solar panels at Southeast Wastewater Plant, and we were able to get a grant for that to offset some of those costs. Unfortunately, the state and their SREC credits, that's made solar not necessarily the most cost-effective way to go anymore, but it is something that we're always looking at. We have a whole team of folks that meet monthly on how we can save energy, what technologies are out there, what makes sense for the utility.
So our former,
and the ratepayers, I should
our former
mention.
state reps, Parker and Johnson and others might be of use to you trying to navigate that in Harrisburg to get some support for that. You might want to reach out to them to see what's the best way to do it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Reynolds Brown.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning. Afternoon.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
I have a long list of questions here, and so I'll lean on you to try to keep your answers tight so I can get through as many of them. And I do want to underscore the concerns raised by Councilwoman Blackwell, only because too often constituents do not have someone to vouch for them, champion for them. So that brings me to my question. What is the protocol between water and this for handling the type of crisis that Councilwoman Blackwell has spoken to and the subsequent question raised by Councilman Dom? For emergencies within the department, what is the ticker, what is the trigger that says we need to move to Protocol B, which is different from a normal circumstance?
So, Water Department has some in-house claims adjusters that would respond and did respond to on June 14th. Large incidents like that where there are many claimants, risk management, they're always the oversight, but risk management provides claims adjusters as well and has been very involved with us in settling the claims.
And so the two principal departments that are immediately responsible for the fix of these type of constituent emergencies are water and risk management.
Correct.
Okay. In no way to suggest in no way to suggest this is a Flint. What is similar in the circumstance is the appearance of the lagging
of getting it done quickly. And so it's been 15 months or more. What is your immediate next step to address immediately the concerns raised by Councilwoman Blackwell? Because this could be the seedling of bigger issues.
Well, I should mention that when the break occurs, our immediate response, of course, is to stop the water main.
Yes.
Right? But the next part is to get people's homes livable again, get people back in their homes, and that all occurred. Some folks, it took a little longer than we would have liked, and we've learned from this, unfortunately. But we have learned that maybe we need to have hotels available, figure out something with hotels for people. Truthfully, I can say that we could have done better on our response that first day.
And so then there is now a new blueprint or a new manual or a new SOP, which in my office I call Standing Operating Procedurals Amendment, that says, should ever this happen again, this is the new way we'll be dealing with this kind of crisis.
Yes.
Okay.
And we're working with other agencies as well that assist with the response.
Okay. And so Councilwoman Blackwell's concern is, let's tie a little knot in this quickly. Let's put a period at the end of this crisis and get it done.
I would love to.
So we'll look forward to the return of your department and your designees during the callbacks. Let me thank you for the seemingly improvement and progress with regards to what your organization looks like. Since you know there's the prevailing cry that we make sure we have a government that looks like Philadelphia, I was looking for the grid that you sent us, and I noticed that that department is well represented with women, and that people of color have moved to positions of leadership and responsibility. Of course, I can't find it now. And so those at your executive level, terrific, thank you. Those at your executive level, according to this chart, includes 7 women and 7 people of color, correct? According to this chart.
At the executive level?
That's what it says according to this chart. Is that not so?
Are you on page 5 of the testimony? Or?
Demographics, FY16 staff demographics. That's a part of your testimony. It's a grid that breaks down what your department, how well it looks like Philadelphia. While you look for that, let's go to the bilingual, which is an area that Councilwoman Sanchez and Councilwoman Gim would be concerned about. So you have 1 bilingual person in a city that's...
No, we have 119 bilingual, and they speak 37 languages.
Forgive me, what did you say?
119 bilingual employees, and we determine this, they have to share that. We can't demand that they tell us whether they're bilingual, but they have self-reported, 119 employees have self-reported that they are bilingual, and the languages that those 119 speak, there are 37 different languages.
That's encouraging. I was looking at the executive staff here. Okay.
The other thing I can share is that we very much use the language line and those services. I've even been able to use it on one occasion and carry my card. I have my card at all times, my language line card, wherever it is, in here somewhere. It's my reference, so I can use our department number and call the language line. We push that out to the field units. This is something we take very seriously and think it's very important.
Okay, I'm going to circle back to the demographic staff, because that bell is about to ring, and I want to get a couple more questions in. So one program I continue to be very excited about and hope that we can expand is Power Corps.
Yes.
And what's the future relationship of Power Corps with the Water Department?
Well, we are hoping that we can continue with that program. We very much support it. We support it financially, as well as we've had 87 participants in the Power Corps. So It's an awesome program, actually.
It is, in that it gives people who might not ordinarily have a chance to learn about what you do, a chance to a real job. So you say we hope to, what does that mean?
Well, as long as the program continues, that we're going to support it. I mean, it's not our program.
Our fiscal 17 budget does contemplate approximately $230,000 of funding for the program again, as it did in prior years.
And that will capture how many young people?
I have to get back to you because I'm unsure of that metric.
Okay, so you can do that today while we're waiting for the next round. And I'll wait for the next round to ask subsequent questions about PowerPoint. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Let me start with the issue that Councilman Green talked about that doesn't ever seem to go away. 10 years for me here as a staffer, this was one of the #1 infrastructure issues in the 9th Councilmatic District. Left here for 10 years and went to the Pennsylvania House and held meetings, and it was still the #1 infrastructure issue in the 9th Councilmatic District, and that was the water main replacements with the water laterals. You don't have to give me an answer now on the record, but when you go back to the department, please forward to the council president for our review an actual schedule of 9th District, and probably for all of the district council members, I'm sure they would be interested for their respective regions, a list of scheduled water main replacements, water lateral replacements, and our schedule for coordination with other city departments. And it has really been, a challenge, and I know you all have done better with coordinating the activity between streets and water over the years, and I do commend both departments for doing this, but every now and again, the questions that we get were, one, when were we going to be notified about it? I'm talking about residents on the block. Well, the water main replacement took place, but then right after that, something happened with the streets departments, and it's very rare. We don't get it as often as we used to years ago because you've strategically done better with your planning, but we will get it every now and again. So if you could get that information to the council president for all district council members, that would be extremely helpful, and we can communicate that directly to our constituency as we're having various meetings throughout the season.
And I can say that one of the things we're working on is, in addition to the quality of life specs, so making the contractors be more respectful with things like where they put their dirt and things like that, but also we're working hard to communicate sooner to folks that are going to be impacted. So about 6 months out, they should be receiving a letter, and then about 2 weeks out, they'll receive another letter notifying them that we'll be out there, and the construction and the activities, and who to contact if there's an issue. We're going to have an inspector there, of course, but if they want to call somebody, that as well.
And the reason why that was very helpful, what you just mentioned, when you send that information to the council president, you can put the actual street, sort of first notification by this date, second notification by this date, because obviously for us, we will want to, as the district council members, have that information in advance, and you literally can check. So when those calls, and they do get, the volume increases tremendously as you move sort of block by block. So if we could have that up and just be able to have it, each of our desks to be able to communicate when the public calls our office, that would be very helpful. So thank you for noting that.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to know that when we send the list because it's dependent upon when we bid the job. But we could add you to the, when we send it to your constituents, I think we could probably add you to that list every time your constituents gets a letter saying, we're going to be there in 6 months, we can make sure you get that, and then the 2 weeks, if that's what you would like.
Great, yes, that would be helpful for us, but it would also be great if you could give it to us, if you're planning, and you're about to mail to them, if you could give the district council person just a tad bit of advance notice, because it helps us when we're preparing. So if the notice is, we know that we're planning and it's electronically being produced to go out to 200 residents in a particular area, I think your guys may know at least a week before, you're about to send out those 200 notices that they're going to take place. So if we could get that in advance, that would be helpful. I want to get to the next portion of my questioning, and I sort of walked into this as it related to the stormwater management process. And so we have tree trenches, and then we have the water basins, and there have been 3 locations in the 9th Councilmatic District in particular as it relates to the above ground. Now, there is one site in particular, they have 3 underground and they have 2 above ground. And so what is the process for notifying the public when a water basin, particularly something that is above ground? Because that's when aesthetically it does impact the community at large. And let me give you an example. One institution has 2 above ground basins. One is situated on the corner, a very well-traveled corner, and the other about 100 feet away in the middle of their property, but right near school. And so residents on each side of the street and those driving by have to physically look at these sites. And we know that there's a financial incentive to those individual private owners who participate in our program. In this case, I think this private owner has received like an $1,100 per month like savings. At least that's what was communicated to me, and I think that is great because I want to encourage as much participation as possible in the program. The challenge is this: because it's on private property, but although physically and aesthetically in the view of homeowners, there are questions regarding potential mosquito beds and rodents and the physical aesthetic appearance of it. When it's new, it doesn't look as aesthetically pleasing as it will when the flowers grow or whatever is there. And people are extremely upset about it. And so I want to know, how can we, not how can we, I'm asking you, will you or can you include in that process for the private owner a requirement that they have to have a meeting similar to what we would do with the RCO or something or an entity needing a variance with zoning, that you have to have a meeting with residents in the surrounding community? Because in this instance, they met with the community, but only after they had entered into the agreement. And I'm gonna come back around, Mr. President, with the line of questioning on this one, because we have to be able to do that. And so now when they see it, they call the office of the district council person and say, how did you let this sort of take place and occur without a formal notification and or meeting having been required to take place in which we were invited? And as I checked with the staff of Councilwoman Tasco, again, these were done prior to my being sworn in, I was informed that the entity had a meeting and didn't organize the meeting in conjunction with the council office, put together something independently, who they contacted. We've got to develop specs for all of that because it's really becoming a problem. It's moved from the northwest section of Philadelphia over to Longcrest and Lawndale now. I'm starting to get questions and concerns about that from those who weren't able to attend a meeting that was organized recently, and we've got to find a way to do better. And it can't be after the decision has been made. The community has to be educated before.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to follow up on some of my questions regarding AMI. my understanding that AMI, I want to focus on some of the customer service aspects of it. It will be able to prevent water leaks going forward, as well as stopping some of the high bills that customers may receive?
Well,
from AMI?
yes, it should help customers be able to detect if there's a leak in their property. Right now, you find out in your monthly bill.
Right.
You'll be able to, we're trying to collect the data now when customers call in. Water Revenue's collecting emails and working on collecting emails and phone numbers. So there's a contact when and if we do go to AMI, they can be alerted that, looks like you have a leak in your property, you may want to check.
Right.
So that'll reduce, those high bill surprises and things like that.
Right, because that's been a bone of contention. I know from some of the issues I've been involved in over the years where a customer didn't know, especially didn't know that the water was leaking. There's a dispute between the customer and the water department regarding the source of the leak.
Mhm.
Now also, under AMI, will you need to replace every meter, especially those meters that may have lead?
No, well, our meters are not an issue, should not be an issue. We do not need to replace the meters as part of the AMI. We've done testing on the meters and found that they they're going to last a lot longer than necessarily anticipated, which has made this project more affordable and reduced the cost of it.
And then the vendor, I know you're going through a pilot right now, but the vendor that's ultimately selected, will that vendor manage the entire network?
We're not sure how we're going to do that. I mean, that's one of the things we're learning right now.
Okay, that's part of the pilot process, I understand. And also, going through AMI, my understanding is going to be a significant savings. And is this going, and can you kind of give some perspective on the type of savings? Is this going to be a reduction of vehicle costs, a reduction of some of the issues regarding theft of service and benefit of doubt? Can you give some perspective on the savings?
One of the things that we'll be able to more quickly know is theft of service. So there should be some savings there if we should be getting a report. Right now, again, it's a monthly, we find out about that customer on a monthly basis if someone has taken the meter offline or things like that. So that's a savings. The savings of rolling a truck, as you mentioned, there's savings in there of not having to roll trucks, to be more targeted in how we address what the problems are and things like that.
So considering this investment is about $90 million, have you been able to quantify what the amount of the savings will be from AMI, especially in those categories we just discussed?
We're still looking at, again, the business end of if this makes sense, as Councilman Dom had requested.
Okay. And just one other last point. You earlier were talking about solar with Councilman Jones and talking about SRECs and the credits. And although I know the credits are no longer as valuable as they were, especially during Governor Rendell's administration when we had Growing Greener 1 and 2. However, technology has dramatically changed the cost of doing solar. So although the credits are not as valuable as they were at one point, the other side of the equation is that the cost of doing solar has dramatically come down. I know we've had hearings in this body regarding solar panels on school buildings. That's something the school district's investigating. Mm-hmm. So I would encourage you to look at solar again.
Oh, yeah.
And you talked about it in some of the buildings you currently have, because although the credits are not as valuable like they were, the cost of doing solar from a technology perspective has come down dramatically.
Right. It's
and
very
provided
exciting.
more opportunities.
Yes,
Right.
It's very exciting. I mean, I remember when I was going to school in the 70s, solar was the latest and the greatest, and have been very disappointed that it kind of fell off the face of the earth, and now it's back with a vengeance. So we have an energy committee that looks at these things and looks at what makes the most sense for our ratepayers, and so solar is definitely in our radar, for sure.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Two short issues. One is, and we spoke before on lead in the water. And I know the water department said they would be happy to work with citizens on some loan for another problem they didn't create. I do not agree, and I would hope that council would also agree. We just can't make people pay for everything. They probably hit the same people they won't fix their pipes now and then tell them they owe something else because there's lead in them. Very, very unfair. Also, we passed legislation that will allow for homeowner properties to have an agreement with Water Department with bills they cannot pay so that they could maintain water service and be able to pay on back bill. My staff just reminded me they've been asking about it 2 years. So I would hope that the status of that program is available so that people can keep their water on and pay on a back bill. Where are we?
So you're talking about the IRAP program?
I don't know what you call it.
Well, right now, customers can get into payment agreements with Water Revenue Bureau, but there's a program, Affordable Rates Program, that we have requested the rate board approve, and it's based on the federal poverty level, three different tiers, and it's in the rate board's hands. We have requested and believe that it's a very good program, and we should know in June, hopefully, if it's supported.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Reynolds Brown.
Could we please shift our thinking to your online bill pay? And I've learned that those who opt to pay online are also required to a $4 fee. So if a person's average bill is $30 per month, this fee essentially equates to a 13% additional charge. So the question is, I don't want a yes or no. Give your perspective on why this approach versus promoting online bill pay, because in some ways some might argue that taxing people who choose to utilize this efficient and, quite frankly, environmentally friendly option might seem incongruous.
Yes, we're not fond of that fee either. There is a paperless way to do it, and that is through.
You said there's a what kind of way to do it?
There's a paperless way to do it, and I just went brain dead on the Zip Check. Thank you. I'm in the program. I'm in Zip Check, and so you could sign up for Zip Check. Unfortunately, not a lot of customers do, but it would be automatically withdrawn from your account. You still get the bill before that money is withdrawn from your account. So if there are issues, you can contact the Water Revenue Bureau to get that addressed beforehand. We are working with Water Revenue on how they can do an e-pay program.
So whose decision was that then?
The $3 or $4, I guess. I think it's
Yes.
$3.95 or something like that. I believe that's the cost that is imposed by the vendor for the city. I don't know enough about it to really address it, though.
So it's the vendor of the city that's getting an additional.
It's a processing fee or whatever, yeah.
And so the question becomes, can we not find vendors who believe in being environmentally friendly and opt for them? So who made the decision about the vendor?
Good morning.
Pull your mic up, please.
Sure. Good morning. I apologize for not being closer to the mic. The Revenue Bureau selected the vendor. We would have to contact our colleagues at the Water Revenue Bureau because we don't collect nor bill for our rates and charges. We need to seek the answers from the WRB. I apologize for not being able to answer your question.
No worries. When you, on the call back, make sure there's a paragraph devoted to the answer to that question and why. Adequate discussion has been given to smart water meters. What are the current sustainability initiatives the Water Department is participating in? ID3, just as an update. My staff and I went to visit one of the, last year's retreat in Councilman Heenan's district. The watershed, simply to learn about what that is and what it looks like and the like. So just update us on a couple of other initiatives that are maybe in the pipeline as it relates to sustainability.
So You're talking about our Green City Clean Waters program, and we are we're honing in on June 30th, pretty quickly, about 2 months away, where we'll have our first 5 years in of that program, and we are meeting our goals of 744 green acres, which results in a reduction of 600 million gallons of combined sewage getting into our waterways. So we're very excited about that milestone, but that we're still continuing to look at ways to improve how we do that work and how others do that work as well.
So when you say we, what does that mean? Is that a task force within water? Is that a number of professionals across city departments that are looking for ways to work smarter around sustainability? What does we mean?
Well, we as the water department, of course,
Okay.
that we're always looking for others' ideas, good ideas, and it's not to say that we don't use consultants to bring ideas from elsewhere, but it's a federal mandate for us to reduce our combined sewer overflow, so it's the onus falls on the water department at the end of the day.
Okay, the bell has rung. I'll wait to the next round. I just have a few more left. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to go back to the line of questioning regarding the water basins and just ask you if you have any comment in regards to the notification process, and if you could just state for the record how it works now.
On private property, as you were
Yes.
referring to? Well,
Yes.
we basically, if someone wants to improve the capture or reduce the runoff from their, of stormwater from their properties, to comply with our regulations or to reduce their bill, they have to submit what they're going to do for review. And one of the things we look at, and you noted of concern, is making sure that the water infiltrates quickly so as not to harbor mosquitoes, which is obviously an issue all the time, of concern all the time. And, but we, on private property, really don't have too much authority. We do inspect to make sure that if you're getting the stormwater credits, you are complying and maintaining that stormwater infrastructure. But in terms...
Let me just interrupt you there. So it's on private property and we don't have that much authority. Does the water department have the authority to be able to tell any private citizen interested in participating in this program, in the specs for it, that if you want to participate in this program, it is contingent upon your off the checklist or the checklist of all of these things that you have to do in order to participate, adding a line that says you must have a community meeting with residents who are within 100 to 200 feet of this location. Does the water department have the authority to make that a requirement?
If they are receiving a grant from the department, I think it is something we can look into.
Okay, so when we talk about, I just wanted to state for the record when we talked about our authority, because those who are participating, and one of the things I lauded that the department participates in is the financial incentive. It's extremely important, and it's actually been effective in encouraging private owners to participate. So I want to just ask us to make sure that we've done that and just made it a requirement, just from a notification perspective. So
we can look at that.
Thank you, and please keep us updated on that. The next question, and you may have talked about this, and I just did not hear the response. On page 8 of your testimony, you note that the water department has 15 apprentices. And describe the apprenticeship program. What's the length, capacity, the types of positions? How does an individual apply? How's an individual selected?
Well, the apprenticeship program is done through the school district. So we're working with Edison, Mastbaum, and Randolph, and it's a growing program. We are targeting skills such as electricians, HVAC mechanics, building maintenance mechanics, engineering aides, and instrumentation technicians.
So one, obviously, I was extremely excited when I saw the program, but Council President Clark, given the announcement that you just made last Thursday about Temple University's agreement with our local laborers district council here, I want to request that Water immediately, if at all possible, find out about that arrangement between Temple University along with the laborers that the Council President worked for a very long time to put together to see how we can include young people who are participating in that program from the laborers to potentially participate in this apprenticeship program. That would be great.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that program.
Temple University, Council President, and you feel free to interject, has entered into an agreement, I believe you just described, with the Laborers District Council?
Yes, they're going to build and I'm kind of stealing their thunder, but I did run off at the mouth the other day. We're going to be building a new training facility on North Broad and Girard. They're moving the training facility that's currently in Exton, Pennsylvania, moving it to North Broad Street. It's going to be a state-of-the-art. So we'll be training individuals in all aspects of certain levels of construction. So it's a sign that, clearly we're responding to the need to create more opportunities for people in the city. One of the things they found that having it in Exton, it was challenging for people who, frankly speaking, had to take care of their families to go to Exton and come back.
Exton's a hike.
So the fact that the Water Department, as Councilwoman said, is right here, our ability to enter into a similar approach would be quite significant.
Well, we would love to work with Temple on how we can hire some of those folks, for sure, yeah.
Okay. Talk to Ryan.
What's the timing on that?
Pardon me?
The timing on them getting that going, do you know?
I mean, hopefully sooner than later.
Okay, I hear you. We'll keep our,
Yeah, they're going to, I'm like blowing all of the announcements, and they're going to kill me for this. But there's going to be a big announcement, then they're going to start the process.
Okay, I'll pretend I don't know until
But they want to
then.
move sooner than later.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that tip,
Sure,
Councilman.
thank you, thank you. Now, the next question is in regards to the AMI, and I think you talked a little bit about the savings, but I wanted to know if you could talk about who's going to manage the network, just so that we understand. Will the vendor manage the network? Will the city potentially manage the network? And are there any other utilities in the city that have the network like PICO? And so when I think about cost savings, I immediately say to myself, well, wait a minute, not just Philadelphia Water Department, what PGW? Tell us if there is any precedent for that.
Well, we still haven't figured out what that is going to look like, what makes the most sense. Some of it will be based upon what the responses to the RFP are as to what makes the most sense. I think we want to get the most cost-effective program we can, and by leaving it somewhat open in the RFP will help us do that. It'll give us the opportunity to get the best system at the lowest rate, one would hope. But right now, I believe, and again, we're still in the early stages, so I can't give any definitive answers on who will do what at this time.
And the last question was, are there any other utilities that have such a citywide wireless network like PICO? I mean, does PICO or PGW have this kind of network in existence?
PICO does.
PICO does.
Yeah.
Does PGW have this kind of network?
No, not right now.
Okay, no, okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Don.
Thank you, Council President. This is a question I've asked before. I feel like, remember the Johnny Carson show? Karnak, remember that? So I'm going to give you the answer. I'm going to hold my piece of paper up, okay? And the answer is, how do we save $3 million? I can give you the question, but let's see if you can find it.
I think the answer is e-bills.
What's that?
I think it's electronic bills, because we
That's
spend
exactly
$3 to
right.
$4 million a year annually on mailing bills.
So my question is, can we get this done? What's the time frame? We mail out, 5 million pieces of water and sewer bills a year, 600,000 real estate tax bills. We have a much better system if we could computerize both, and we'd save a lot of money, postage, et cetera, and probably something we should be doing this year. My question is, have we made any progress in that area?
Well, it is on the, it is something that we've met with Water Revenue's consultant that manages the billing system, and it is on the list, and it is something we've been pushing for. They know it is a high priority. I can't tell you the current status of it, but it is a high priority.
Who do I have to talk to make sure this happens?
Well, it will happen, but the time frame, I mean, Michelle Bethel was the deputy at Water Revenue Bureau, so it's really under her jurisdiction, but we work with them collaboratively to try to make sure initiatives like this are moved forward.
And that's a quick savings, $3 to $4 million, quick. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Reynolds Brown.
Thank you, Mr. President. So help me understand, as a follow-up to Councilman Don's question, where is the dilemma? Where is the blocker? What is the impediment?
For the e-bill?
Yes.
Programming the billing system. There are many different things that need to be done with the billing system, and some are a higher priority, of course, than others. This is, as I said, a high priority, but it's a matter of getting the resource, making sure the resources are dedicated.
It's a matter of what?
Making sure the resources are dedicated to getting the programming done.
Okay, I really am having a difficult time hearing you. So if we had to look at a time frame, are we looking by next year's budget session, a year from now? What do you anticipate the answer will be to Councilman Dom's question, if it is a high priority?
I'd like to consult with the Water Revenue and get back to you on that, if I may. There are many billing system changes on the horizon. For instance, if we are successful with the affordability program that we've asked the rate board for, we have a very tight time frame to get that done, and that is a very, very high priority. So that's a programming initiative that will have to occur over a 12-month period.
That actually goes to my next follow-up question. When you say you'll get back to us, what does that mean? That you'll have the answer during callbacks? Or are you going to have the answer a month from now? Are you going to have
No,
the answer?
I hope to be able to consult with Water Revenue and get back to you.
During callbacks?
Shortly. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, we have to be specific because
I'm
then
sorry.
All
Sorry.
right.
Now, it's not an endless...
Okay, so to the affordability legislation, the work of Councilwoman Sanchez, articulate for us, let me get this right. So I understand that the Water Department currently maintains more than 300,000 age residential liens worth more than $200 million, and you expect to collect only a small portion of that debt. What is your perspective with regards to the new water affordability legislation sponsored by Councilwoman Sanchez, and how that's going to help the department collect those debts in a far more aggressive way?
I think we fully support and are looking forward to the affordability program, IRAP as it's known. It will help customers, we believe, will help customers pay their current bills. The penalties for past payment and fees would be waived.
Effective when?
When they would enter into an IRAP agreement, if you will, for lack of a better way of stating it.
And so then we have to assume that efforts are underway in the department to help citizens understand that they can avoid foreclosure and sheriff's sale by learning about the provisions of this legislation. Is that fair to say? Because what we're hearing is an increased effort with regards to foreclosures and sheriff's sales. What do we do to mitigate and sort of calm the fears of citizens that they're not going to end up in front of the sheriff's sale and foreclosure?
Well, I mean, customers can always enter into a payment agreement. As long as they stay current, that should keep any sheriff's sales from occurring. And that's today. Right now, it's just not the program that we've asked the rate board to approve. But there is it's called WRAP, Water Revenue Assistance Program, and if you can enter into that payment agreement with the Water Revenue Bureau, that should keep, your property off a sheriff's sale.
So what I've learned the hard way is that if you don't make new initiatives, new legislative initiatives, what I call dummy-proof, then you end up with citizens who are still got a rope around their neck looking at foreclosure and or sheriffs. So what marketing strategies are underway for citizens who are going to end up in a bad place if they don't know that this piece of legislation is designed to save them?
Well, that is one of the initiatives we need to undertake once we know whether it's approved by the Water, Sewer, and Stormwater Board. So once that rate board in June gives their decision, and we know what that program they've approved looks like, then we'll be outreaching to the public. But it will not be immediately available because we have to make the programming changes in the billing system.
I see.
That'll give us time to hire the staff needed, or water revenue time to hire the staff needed, and also advertise, push it out, get it to community organizations, let folks know about it, because we believe it is a really good program and will help those in need for sure.
So if you know it's coming, and you know that there's going to be some kind of positive yield for citizens, why do you have to wait for an affirmative action by this board you talked about with regards to preparing for staffing up and having marketing materials, at least in draft form, ready to roll once the tweaks are made based on the decisions of this board? I simply don't get why we in government can't walk and chew gum at the same time.
If they don't approve it, then we've done all that for naught.
Okay. So what impediments or hurdles would suggest that they might not approve it if the water department indeed supports this in the way you just articulated?
This is a new rate process. We've never gone before the board before. So there are a lot of uncertainties. Just because we support it doesn't mean they're going to rule in our favor.
I see.
There are others that, maybe don't agree or, and I can't speak for the board.
It doesn't look like there's anyone else. Just a couple, unless it's you, Mr. President.
You're the only one teed up.
Okay, thank you. So who sits on this board? Are they citizens of Philadelphia?
Yes, that's one of the requirements. They all have to reside in the city of Philadelphia.
And how many are on this board?
5.
And who are they?
So Mike Chapman he's of Chapman Ford, by the way. Alasha Day, Alana Piccoon Lewis.
I'm sorry. Let me ask, any women on that board?
Sade.
Okay.
Yes, Sade. She's the only one, unfortunately.
Okay. They're all Philadelphia residents. There are
Yes.
women on the board, and there's people of color on the board. Ms. Sade. Okay. And who are the other 2 members?
So Lee Wong, Bernie Boonwasser, and Sonny Pobowski.
Okay. All right, then. Let me make sure I've wrapped up here. For FY16, you show a current participation level of 29%. What strategies are in place, or is the department thinking about to institute to move to the number, to the administration's goal of 35%?
So while it shows that we're at 29% for 16, we believe and hope that we're going to hit 30% this fiscal year, and we are continuing on many fronts. One is contractor seminars. There was one a couple weeks ago at Venice Island. It was 120 folks showed up, contractors showed up, which was really good. I was there. It was a really good event.
Where was it?
At Venice Island.
At where?
The theater in Venice Island on Main Street, Councilman Jones's district.
Oh, okay. All right, then.
It was a nice venue because there's an auditorium there, and so we were able to fit a lot of folks in there. It was, and it's right by the river, so it's nice. But we have quarterly updates in our Take Part publication, and we work on maintaining relationships with the building trades.
Okay.
And the building trades and the unions, coordinating with businesses, and education programs and workshops.
Can you please make sure that council members get notices of anything you're doing around MBE, WBE participation, so that we can assist you in casting the net even wider for
that'd be
those who are
great.
looking to do business with it? Can you just make that a regular protocol in your department to notify council members? There are many of us that pay attention to that type of information and would be pleased to pass it on.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
The
you.
last question is, speak in a bit more detail about the biosolid services contract that you have, the $22 million contract you have with them. How long is it? And just provide some detail for the record.
Yes, that contract is a 25-year contract.
25 years.
Yes, it was, the first year was in 2008, and it's saving the department a lot of money, and thus our ratepayers a lot of money. They are taking our solids, our sludge from our 3 wastewater treatment plants and thickening it and then heat drying it. And it makes these little black pellets, which are moved by rail to Florida for the orange groves, for fertilizer for the orange groves. It's also used on farmland in this area, Jersey, Pennsylvania, Maryland, as well as one of the uses I really get a kick out of is Lehigh Cement uses it as fuel, and then organics left. The residual is used as part of the aggregate added to the cement.
I
so
see.
that's a zero waste. I mean, it's all zero waste, but that one I'm particularly fond of.
How long have you been in the department?
Since 1982.
Okay. All right. All right, thank you very much.
You're
Thank
very
you, Mr.
welcome.
President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Commissioner. We're going to take a break till 2:15. You don't want to leave?
We're all set.
Hang
Thank you.
Hang with us a little longer. Thank you all so much, Regis.
Sorry for the delay here. We're going to get started again in our hearing. Next department up is Department of Streets. Commissioner and whoever else lost the short straw and has to come up with you, please. Good afternoon, everybody. Afternoon, sir. Please identify yourself and proceed.
Good afternoon, Council President Clark and Councilman Greenlee. I am Donald D. Carlton, Streets Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, President Clark and President Greenlee and members of City Council. I am Donald D. Carlton, Commissioner of the Streets Department. Joining me today are Carlton Williams, Deputy Commissioner of Sanitation, Michael Carroll, Deputy Commissioner of Transportation, and Christopher Newman, Deputy Commissioner of Administration. I am pleased to provide testimony on the Streets Department fiscal year 2017 operating budget. The Streets Department looks forward to this upcoming fiscal year as we embark on a number of new strategic objectives and continue our exceptional standard of servicing, providing clean, green, and safe streets for the City of Philadelphia. To achieve our goals, we request a general fund appropriation of $125,560,192 and an all funds appropriation of $580,192 for fiscal year 2017. The department delivers a number of services that are critical to maintaining public health and safety in our communities. These essential services include, but are not limited to, curbside trash and recycling collection for over 540,000 households, maintaining all traffic control devices and street lighting, the construction and maintenance of 320 bridges, 2,225 miles of streets and roadway, also snow and ice removal. The Streets Department employees have done an outstanding job during recent years fulfilling our mission, despite significant changes, including an aging transportation infrastructure, a volatile recycling market, uncertainty in state and federal funding, and an aging vehicle fleet. This year alone, we continue to maintain our curbside recycling rate and tonnage at historically high levels. Our anti-litter and community engagement efforts, including Philly Spring Cleanup and Philadelphia More Beautiful, have yielded unprecedented volunteers and unprecedented cleanup projects citywide. And our special public events cleaning efforts were particularly highlighted during the department's exceptional work as part of the Papal Visit and the Villanova Parade cleanup. We also continue to embark on strides that we hope will create a safer and more efficient multimodal municipal transportation network for all users of the public right-of-way. Maintaining the momentum of the last several years, multiple and varied projects are underway to improve traffic safety, expand alternative transportation modes for bicyclists, pedestrians, and manage traffic throughout the city. Our state-of-the-art Traffic Operations Center opened this past fall, establishing the city's first centralized and integrated traffic control system, and we are continuing our ambitious plan to modernize the city-owned streets, alley lights, and also upgrade with energy-efficient LED lighting. This winter, the Streets Department employees, in partnership with those in other city departments and agencies, historically managed the historic blizzard of 2016. We were dropped nearly 2 feet of snow on the Philadelphia area during the mayor's third week in office. All primary streets and nearly 80% of all residential streets were cleared within 24 hours of the end of the storm. The government stayed open through the regular business hours on Friday, January 22nd, when the storm initially arrived. The government stayed open throughout the business day and was the first major city open for business on Monday. The department has a number of critical strategic priorities planned for fiscal 2017. City streets and roadways must be repaved and maintained at an optimal life cycle interval in order to maintain the local street network in a state of good repair. The department is therefore embarking on a long-term plan to significantly increase paving over the next several years. The department is also engaged in a strategic approach to the city's overall safe and complete streets transportation network that includes significant infrastructure improvements and multimodal and comprehensive focus on traffic, pedestrian, and bicycle safety. The work performed directly reflects the mayor's vision of zero fatalities by implementing traffic calming and redesign measures to prevent speeding, provides greater refuge to vulnerable pedestrians and bicyclists, and focuses on the most dangerous parts of the city's transportation network. The use of LED lighting to enhance visibility and increase traffic safety and create a sense of overall public safety is a significant component of this overall effort. On the sanitation side, Streets is implementing a major recycling initiative targeting residential multifamily structures where recycling participation has traditionally been a challenge. The initiative will include a citywide outreach and have a particular focus on the lowest performing recycling neighborhoods throughout the city. We believe this initiative will significantly increase recycling participation during the city's solid waste, during this time when overall recycling market is stabilizing, and as a result, we want to greatly reduce the amount of refuse in the city's solid waste stream. The department also plans to conduct a feasibility study on organics as part of the recycling efforts and to expand the availability and use of larger capacity recycling bins with the intent of adding more recyclable material. Our department has embarked and has a remarkable track record of consistently delivering exceptional levels of sanitation and transportation service. We will move forward towards the strategic objectives I have just outlined with the confidence derived from our accomplishments and history of outstanding service. We thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. The deputy, staff, and I are happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Commissioner. And let me first say, most people I talk to certainly agree with me. I think your department did a great job in that snow removal. I mean, that was one of the biggest snowstorms I think we had, and the streets were cleared, I think, very promptly, and the city was, as you said, the city was back running quicker than I thought it was going to be, and I think you all did a great job with that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Let me ask you, you talked about the papal visit. I guess that had some impact on overtime. We got the Democratic National Convention coming this summer, which I'm personally glad to see, but what kind of impact would that have on overtime costs?
The papal visit itself?
Well, you can talk about the papal visit, but then I was thinking about, have you forecast what the DNC, the convention, will have?
Well, that's kind of hard to forecast originally because a lot of the plan hasn't come together exactly what the DNC wants, exactly what's expecting. A lot of information is still forthcoming.
Okay.
So it will be kind of hard to give an exact amount. That's based on the service requested.
Okay. How about the papal visit? What was the overtime?
That was about $600,000.
$600,000. Right. Was there any reimbursement on that, or was that just?
That was totally reimbursed, correct, Chris? Yes.
Pardon me, say again?
All of it was reimbursed.
All was reimbursed. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Just a couple quick questions, and I know Councilman Dom has some questions. On street repair, on resurfacing, and I know there's steps to this. You mill, then you cut around the utility boxes or whatever, and then you pave or resurface. We get a lot of calls about, it seems that it takes a fairly long time on some streets to do. We did some checking on other cities, and at least we're told, if we're being told the truth, that New York, Boston, cities like that, it only takes a couple of weeks for the whole process. To be fair, I think I've seen it take, at least in my neighborhood, about 6 to 8 weeks for the total. Have you looked at ways to try to quicken that pace a little bit? Because it's sometimes difficult for cars to travel on those milled streets, obviously. Yeah.
It's actually a shared process with some of the milling being done by private industry and the paving being done by city employees. I'll let my Deputy Commissioner of Transportation, Michael Carroll, talk to that.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Michael Carroll. I'm the Deputy for Transportation in the Philadelphia Department of Streets.
A little closer to Mike, if you could.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
So last year we had some challenges with a couple of the contractors in particular, given the means and methods that they were using in order to prepare the streets to be paved. Just to summarize, their strategy was to prepare a long stretch of street and to go back and take care of the little details without creating a street or a block that was ready to pave until everything was done. So we've been in conversations with those contractors, and we've asked them to provide us a constant stream of blocks that are ready to pave this season, and so far they've been agreeable, and we've seen that the amount that they're prepping for us so that we can come back and finish the paving and put the line striping is coming in the stream, a steady stream of blocks so that we can keep up with it. Our goal is to get it done in 15 days from preparation until paving.
The whole process?
That's our goal.
Sounds good.
And thus far this year, our average is about 7 or 8 days, and this last period. We had a little bit of a bump with the weather, but we were still able to, on average, to get it done in about 10 days. So we understand that there was an issue last year. We're doing everything we can now to make sure that that does not recur.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I said, that was something, and since it was in my neighborhood, I had a whole lot of people tell me, they knew where to find me. Just one more thing on this is the Council President's question. As far as utility ditches, fixing plumber's ditches, I guess is the best way to say, what coordination is there with either the utilities or, say, a private plumber to know they've dug up the street, and how does that work, I guess, is the general way? Because sometimes that seems like they sit there for a little while, too.
Yeah, so we've had similar issues because of the volume of work that's going on. The situation's a little bit different from the plumbers and the utilities. The utilities work with the streets department, and typically they're involved in doing a temporary restoration, in which case we'll come back and do a permanent restoration when their work is complete. Similar with the plumbers as well. One of the things that we're trying to do in order to fix that situation as well is coordinating with the water department.
Right.
And so what they've agreed to do is to see if they can have inspectors out in the field to make sure that the connections are good. And those inspectors can also keep us informed to make sure that that temporary restoration is adequate when we need to come back, or if we need to come back and do more work or get after the plumbers.
Okay, that's what I was thinking, because they're at least they're supposed to take out a permit with the water department. So if the water department and the streets department communicate, maybe that can move things along. Again, is there a time frame when you first get a complaint? I guess it depends on the issue. How long it takes to fix a plumber's ditch?
So 311. Okay, so we try and get back within 45 days of when the permit's issued. We can respond to these things as they're coming in as 311 calls as well, so sometimes the time frame is a little bit tighter if it's something that's supposed to have been taken care of and we need to go back from when the call comes in.
And is there any priority given as far as being a bus route or a major street, or is it, because I know oftentimes when it's a large ditch, a bus has to be rerouted and people are trying to figure out where to catch the bus and all that. Is there any priority, or is it kind of first come, first served?
Well, we're trying to keep that standard consistent throughout the city, but of course, if there's a bus route, it's likely that we're getting more complaints, so it will come to our attention a little bit faster.
Okay. Not that I don't want the small streets filled, since I live on one, but...
Pardon me? One thing also, Councilman, if there's a safety issue and we can visibly see that there's a safety issue, we're going to try and address that as soon as possible.
Okay, gotcha.
And I should also add to that, I mean, there are standards of restoration which are temporary, and then there's the permanent ones. So we always try and make sure that it's made safe as quickly as possible, like the Commissioner said.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilman Dom.
Thank you, Chairman Greenlee. Thanks. Good afternoon. I have 4 or 5 quick questions, just so I want to clarify. In your testimony, page 3, you talk about the employment levels. You currently have 129 open positions?
Yes, within the streets department, there's an actual ebb and flow of hiring, especially in sanitation. Our staffing levels are based on trash tonnages, and during the summer and spring months, trash tonnages are higher. That's when we staff up. But as the tonnages drop in the winter and the fall, our staffing level decreases. We have a attrition rate of about 8%, I would say. So it's not us laying employees off and hiring, just that other entities seem to hire from our pool. So we actually have a hiring stream throughout the year where we staff up in the summer and we attrit in the winter, then staff up back in the summer. So that's consistent with the amount of tonnage that's on the ground.
Okay, and second question is, do you have an idea? I'm looking at your employee compensation in the middle of the page 3, and in 2015 it was roughly $80.4 million, and we're projecting in 17 to be 72.7, down about $8 million. Any reasons why that would be down?
Chris Newman, Deputy Commissioner for Administration. Most of that was overtime associated with the compactor shortage, and also with regard to snow events during that year. So that would be overtime associated with other endeavors that the Streets Department was engaged in. Did you say 2015? Fiscal year?
2015, it was 8 million higher than what you projected.
That would be that would be snow events for that year.
Okay. And in ballpark, what do you think the overtime costs are this past year?
We're going to probably get to about 14 million.
How much?
14 million by the end of the year.
14 million.
That's what we project, yes.
And
by the end of this fiscal year.
So that's 20% of your payroll is overtime. That's a big number.
Yes.
Overtime is either time and a half or double time on Sundays, I guess, right?
Correct.
So we could at least probably save $5 or $6 million of that if we had it staffed without overtime, I guess, right?
Well, in most cases, overtime is actually cheaper than staff, right? So and it depends on what the overtime is for. So in our case this year, most of that overtime was associated with snow cost as well as our compactor shortage.
But you bought new equipment this year. I think you're buying new equipment for the compactor problem, correct? So we shouldn't have that issue this year.
We shouldn't have that issue, Councilman. And also, when you're looking at the staffing shortages, one thing we try to do to compensate for the overtime is keep our staffing levels at a certain level. If I don't have the compactors to put them on the street, we weren't going to do the hiring. So you'll see higher overtime and less staff because we simply didn't have the compactors or trucks to collect the trash. So that's why you see high overtime and you see a very low staffing number.
Okay. The LED bulbs that you guys are putting in, I noticed you're doing that. What was the cost of that? It was probably before my time. And what was the payback? And is that something that's strictly done in an overtime mode?
The cost of the labor, you mean?
In other words, the investment in LEDs, what was the payback? Was it 2 years, 5 years? What was the payback period?
No, it's a little bit longer than that. I'd have to get back to you with a precise number.
Right.
But, it's more on like a 5 to 10 year time frame. It depends on the LED bulb. I assume you mean in terms of energy savings.
Yeah, in other words, we invest, I think it's great. We invest in LEDs. What was our total upfront cost? What's our payback period? Can you get me that information after this?
I can, and just so you know, it's going to be variable because there's a few factors to include in this. We have different wattages of LED just like we do other kinds of bulbs. We have the opportunity to increase the light, the amount of light with LED, and there have been requests in some places to do that, which has benefits in terms of security and safety, but it does sort of degrade a little bit the energy savings. Also, in some of the LED projects, we're actually adding more light in terms of pedestrian scale lighting for, the aesthetic effect and also to support some of the businesses and things like that. But I can have that all broken down and get back to you with that.
Is that a program that's done on the weekends versus during the week?
There have been some projects which we have done the work during the night and the weekends. Some of the LED replacements are done in the course of regular maintenance. So since we're going out and we're changing bulbs on a certain block, when we get to a certain threshold of bulbs that need to be replaced, we'll just do the whole block in LED in the course of the maintenance we would be doing otherwise.
Okay, one last question. In page 3, I just don't understand what this is. It's M/W/DBE, and I'm asking the question because in fiscal year 16, it was down to 14 million, and in fiscal year 15, it was 22 million, and 14, it was 23 million. Any reason what that is and why it went down? Which is good. I'm just curious what it is. Page 3 of your testimony, the budget. Total amount to M/W/DBE.
Yes, yeah. So that would be the amount of payments to contractors that were MWDBE participants at that time.
Is that minority contractors?
Yes, minority.
So why did that go down so much?
Are you talking about for this year?
In 16, yeah, look, it dropped $8 million from 15.
That is representing where we're at for the first 2 quarters of the year. And the other years are the entire fiscal year.
Okay, so that's not a full year.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Squilla.
Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, guys, and thank you for being here. I do want to say before I start, I really appreciate the ability of the Streets Department to reach out to us and our staff. We get a ton of calls and requests, and I know through 311 and our offices, and I have to say Streets is very receptive and responsive. So thank you very much. We don't say that about all the departments, so we appreciate what you do. And I have just a couple questions. One is lighting. Are we increasing the budget to do more of the changeover to LEDs, or how are we going through that process, and how can we get that done in areas that really request it?
Over a 5-year period, we are seeking some increases in the budget. We have not had an increase in budget this time, but we are pursuing grants, and that's been the main thing that we've been able to do, is to find grants that are funding different types of multimodal projects and to use the some of that funding to pay for LED improvements.
And you know, so as we install more and more of the LED lights, we do have some people love the brightness and some people don't like the brightness. And I guess there's different colors of maybe a yellow LED or a dimmer LED compared to a brighter one. Who weighs that decision? And if we do put a certain light up there that is not received well by the community, is there a way to easily change that or no?
Well, one of the things that we really want to take into consideration with the color of the light, or what we call the temperature of the light, is the ability for police cameras to be able to differentiate between different colors at nighttime. And so the color that we're trying to, the temperature of the color, or kind of the color that we're trying to hit, is ideal for them to be able to pick out and distinguish different colors accurately as if it was daytime with the police cameras that are out there. So that's been a major concern. We do have the opportunity to work with different communities, though, to figure out how the spread of the light is directed. And sometimes some of the issues that people have with glare or the brightness, it has to do with the way that the light is sort of directed off the sidewalk or maybe directed onto the buildings. We've had issues where people felt like they had to go get new blinds or curtains because it was just shining into their house. But we can adjust that, and it makes a big improvement for people.
We just recently had a hearing with Verizon, and they have commented that it seems like lately has been very good permitting, helping permitting for them to, I guess, finish out their build-out. I think they had said they were requesting 72 permits and weren't receiving them. Is that something that we could work with them to get them done? And I guess we can't open all the streets all at the same time, or every street might all be blocked. But is that something that we could do to enhance their ability to build out more?
Well, Verizon has made some changes this year, which has made it a lot easier for us to get the information from them that we need to get from them in order to issue their permits. And so we're encouraged by the changes that Verizon made and the higher level of engagement that they've had and the process that we've had in place in order to issue the permits.
Well, that's good. That's good to hear. I mean, and we were also willing to help them to continue that. And we have to work together, obviously, to make these things happen. And plus, we're also understanding the neighbors and the people in the streets that are being dug up. And if we have 5 streets in one area dug up at the same time, it could really cause a big hardship. A couple other questions. We just did, Councilman Johnson introduced a resolution about open streets type program, or I guess special event that is done in other areas. And I know they're looking to do one in Philadelphia. Is that going to be under the purview of streets, obviously, but is it going to be under the new complete streets, or is it going to be under, how's that going to work? Who's going to be in charge of that?
Well, initially, right now, it's just the one event planned in October. I think this will be more of a conversation that we will have to take up with the Office of Transportation and Infrastructure of how it's going to be organized moving forward. But we do have the one planned open streets in October, and I guess taking that and then building from that event, it'll be something that we have to talk to the Office of Transportation and Infrastructure about on how we'll handle that moving forward.
Yeah, it seems like it's a pretty neat idea, and I'm curious to see. It's going to affect a lot of people, so hopefully the businesses and the communities are involved in the process, and maybe we can learn from it as the first one rolls out and decide how to do it again in the future. We're also talking, obviously, you hear the conversation always about bike lanes and things that go on throughout the district. Is there more money that's going to be put in? I know there's so many streets that get done each year. Is that something also that goes into the formulas for how many, redoing streets and bike lanes would be added to that at the same time?
We always try and integrate all forms of multimodal. When you're thinking about resurfacing the street, we're thinking about bike lanes. We're also thinking about what other safety impacts we can take from a traffic calming measure. And as of right now, we plan on 17 more miles of additional bike lane in this upcoming year. And as we resurface, we do try and evaluate where bike lanes would be most beneficial. But I also let Deputy Commissioner.
Yeah, I think what the commissioner is saying is right. I should add to that we're looking at a longer-term goal, and as we were saying with the LED improvements, we're looking for grant opportunities in order to accomplish that. News broke. I'm hopeful that we can get the money in from DVRPC for the Transportation Alternatives Program, or what we call the TAP program. That money will be available to us later in the year. So we'll do some outreach with different communities and figure out what the best mix of things is that we put in the street. I think we'll really start ramping up, towards the end of this year and in the spring.
Okay, great. And I know my time's up, but I have one last question, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair.
Since you're chair of the Streets and Services Committee, we'll let you go.
I'll come back after my colleague has her questions. But we get a lot of complaints, and I mean, the recycling program is great in the city. I mean, it seems like everybody's really used to it now, understanding, the process, and, the single stream aspect of it really works well to get people to do it. But on windy days and days where we have some really bad weather, sometimes it adds to some of the litter throughout the city. Is it possible for us to come up with some type of feature or some type of lid or something that we could do on our recycling days or recycling bins? And I know when we do them, the lids break, but there's got to be some way to try to keep some of this trash in the bins before they get picked up, because they seem to blame sanitation when it's mostly the weather that's actually causing the problem.
Yes, we do understand that without a lid, there can be litter conditions created. The issue with that is you get into the bin replacement business, as we talked about before, where we're giving lid replacement business, where we're giving lids out and individuals aren't maintaining their lids. But we're also looking at larger bins. We're looking at trying to somehow either put an RFP together or find some kind of revenue where we're able to give bins out with lids. This is something that we've talked about and discussed in the preliminary stages. We did do an evaluation of how it would help the recycling stream if we had larger bins. So the carts are something that we're looking at. Unfortunately, we do not have the money on hand to purchase them, but if there's an opportunity where we can do an RFP or something of that nature, we're in the early stages of considering that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councilwoman.
How are you?
Good.
How's everybody doing today?
Everybody.
I just wanted to first start out by saying I want to give you a big thank you, because particularly to sanitation, because I know how hard the job is. I see your folks, your guys and your girls out morning, noon, and night. I see them on the weekend throughout my district. And, but the fact of the matter is we have a real trash dumping problem and situation in the city of Philadelphia. And no matter how hard they work or how much they're doing to try to get the city cleaned up, and you and I know there's a couple of sites in particular in my district where I'll call you, you'll send your people right out, they'll handle it, and within a day or two, someone else has dumped again, and it just goes on and on and on. And so I think that dumping is one of the most significant problems that we have in the city of Philadelphia. Of course, it doesn't rate with like crime and education and those sorts of things, but there is a relationship, I think, between communities where you have higher crime rates and communities where you have lower educational attainment, and almost like the acceptance, if you will, that it's okay to dump in this neighborhood, particularly by dumpers who are coming from other areas. They're coming, they're bringing construction waste. We don't know what's in that concrete and that construction waste. And so now it becomes an environmental issue. And so I say all of that to say that I'm greatly concerned about the dumping and trash and, how do we get ahead of this? And I do think that it has to be more of a priority. Not that it's not a priority, you have a lot of priorities, but how do we tackle this problem?
This problem is a multi-agency problem. When you're talking about the contractors itself, you talk about the illegal dumping, and you're talking about the cleanup process. That's a police, L&I, and streets department issue. It's something that we have to work together to try and get ahead of. As you know, we approach it from an enforcement standpoint. We approach it from a service standpoint, as you know. But we also have 20 cameras that we actually rotate throughout the city. I was about to say where, but we actually don't let individuals know where they are.
Good.
We try and do it on a 3-month rotation where we have these solar power cameras in certain places throughout the city. So far, we've been able to identify approximately 175 illegal dumpers. We do turn it over to neighborhood services for prosecution. So we are pursuing it from an enforcement standpoint. We are pursuing it from a service standpoint. But the illegal behavior is just the criminal activity that we haven't been able to get our hands on. When you have road contractors without licenses, you have contractors that simply don't care. That's something that it's an enormous task to put a rope around these particular individuals. So we're trying to fight it from every aspect, but again, we haven't found a solution, but it's not something that we're not focusing on.
Right. No, I'm not saying that you're not focusing on it, but I just, it becomes frustrating, and I know that you're frustrated with it as well, and
Yes.
Commissioner Williams has been, at this for a long time, and I know that, we all feel a level of frustration with the dumping and the trash and trying to figure out how do we address it in our neighborhoods. And it's not in every neighborhood. There's certain neighborhoods you can go to. So, for example, I represent from Chestnut Hill to Broad and Lehigh. And as you know, it's a huge amount of land in between those two locations. And you just don't see dumping in Chestnut Hill. And that's a wonderful thing. But just like it's unacceptable to not happen in Chestnut Hill, it shouldn't be acceptable, or it just shouldn't be happening down in the North Philadelphia, Germantown, Nicetown, Logan, Alany. It's not acceptable anywhere, and so just changing that mindset is just really, really, it's been a source of frustration. No matter how many Philly cleanup days we do, no matter how many Comcast Cares days, this is a problem that's significant, and just trying to get in front of it is a bit of an issue. So,
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. Carlton Williams, Deputy Commissioner for the Streets Department. I concur. It's obviously something that's unacceptable, and we have to have a focused effort. Commissioner Carlton last year launched a new campaign called Pick It Up Philly, which is to remind residents how to report these issues when they come up. The best way to combat it is to try to prevent it from happening in the first place. If we see contractors without permits, for example, that should be reported to the department. Ultimately, those hot spots, we try to rotate those cameras around the city of Philadelphia, not publicly announcing it, but we want to make sure that we address it. But I want to concur with the things that you said. Without stricter enforcement, it's going to be very, very difficult to try to curb that behavior. So we're looking forward to working with your office to try to come up with stronger enforcement strategies to prevent these things from happening in the first place.
Great, because I have some ideas.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'll be in touch. On another matter, I just wanted to check in with you. Last year, I introduced a bill that was scheduled to raise about $3.4 million through slight increases in vehicle registration fees. Very slight increase. And so those monies were to be spent on safety initiatives with the Streets Department, speed bumps, things of that nature, street repaving, pedestrian safety matters. So I just wanted to see, can you give us an idea of how much has been received so far and how that's going?
I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank you for your hard work on that legislation. And
we had a great legislative assistant, Kamir, what's his name?
You guys did a great job. Thank you. Well, as of right now, we have not received any funds, but June of 2016 will be the first installment. It'll only be a partial. We'll receive $190,000 this June, but June of 2017, we should receive the $3.4 million. Moving forward. But again, these funds are all going towards road resurfacing and safety issues along our roadways. So that's all the money is dedicated to. But again, the initial 3.4 will not be here until next June. This June, we're expecting 190,000 because of when the actual fee went in place.
Okay.
Mike, want to add something, Mike?
No, that sums it all up. Thank you.
And that's including speed bumps too, and,
Yes.
okay. All right, I'll come back after Councilman Black.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Blackwell.
Thank you. How can I thank you for all that you do when we call you every day? I was late coming because I was checking on some potholes. And in fact, we appreciate the work being done because I don't think we caught up last year. And I don't think it was you all, obviously, because you always take care of us. But I don't know what the administration's rules were. Now we're getting calls again about people who are asking for trash cans again. I know the rule used to be if you put in more trash cans and somebody has to take out the bags on trash day. I don't know what how you all see it this year, and I wanted to ask you that.
We actually, excuse me. You talk about the wire baskets, right, Councilwoman? Are you talking about the wire baskets?
Say that.
Are you talking about the wire baskets?
Yes.
We do have the Adopt a Basket program, which goes through Philadelphia More Beautiful Committee, where they can request a basket, and the individuals do service it. But one issue that we do experience in a lot of neighborhoods is just illegal dumping. Individuals think that this wire basket is their personal trash can, and they know that it's being serviced, and they tend to bring their household trash around these wire baskets on a regular basis. So we still encourage the Adopt a Basket program, but we are very particular as to when we put a basket up and where we put it up, because in many cases residents are calling us to come get them. You know, we ask you for the basket, 2 months later, look, come get it. And that's just the issue. People, when you have an issue, especially on some business quarters, where you have apartments with overcrowding, you have apartments with no storage, I mean, people know that truck is coming every day. So instead of keeping it in an apartment or keeping it somewhere where it may attract rodents, they tend to take advantage of the wire baskets. And we're ended up having to service these baskets, not just for the basket itself, but the material just dumped all around it. I have a photo album, Councilman, about this thick. And the worst one I saw was someone had a toilet next to the wire basket. And then the individual started putting trash inside the toilet. So the toilet became an additional trash can next to the wire basket. So we just have to really be strategic about where we place them and if it's really benefiting the neighborhood.
Thank you. So that might work out in some areas.
Yes. Yes.
And you will dump them when you dump others.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Just quickly, I want to say I certainly understand what you're saying, Commissioner, because there was some put up in my area, and I quickly got calls saying, please get this thing out of here. People are dumping garbage, dog feces, everything else. So it's a plus and minus, I guess, is the best way to say it.
It all depends. I mean, some places they work wonders, in other places they just don't make a difference. And it's really kind of hard to gauge until you see it for itself.
So it happens, sure.
Yes.
Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to each of you. I just walked in from a meeting, so I don't know if this was said earlier, but I wanted to commend you all for the job you did with the snow. It was tough. You all were on it. Every street as we got calls, we called you, and as soon as we called you, you got it on the list, and it was done decently and in order. And if it wasn't, I would be on the record saying it wasn't, so it was, and I needed to give credit where credit is due, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman.
Listen, the first question for me, and I don't know if it came up, is this issue of the larger capacity recycle bins. And we've seen them piloted in other neighborhoods. And then they call, our office, they go visit the district office and say, we want those, we need those. What's happening with the pilot? Has it ended? Can we expand it? What's the status?
Well, as of right now, we did the pilot in one neighborhood in the Northeast and one neighborhood in the Northwest. And we did not have plans on extending the pilot because we got great results from the pilot. Now we're just trying to find how do we get the revenue to increase this to other neighborhoods? These containers, if we were to go citywide, would be about $30 million if we bought one for every house. So that's an issue in itself. But we're in the early stages of talking about putting an RFP together to try and see if we can do something to make these cans interesting to someone else where they can end up purchasing them before the city of Philadelphia.
Was it a cost savings to us also from an environmental perspective? When we saw the increased recyclable bins, did we see people recycling more?
We had about a 30% increase on the 2 pilot routes.
Okay, so it was a 30% increase. So not only does it make good in environmental sense for us, in economic sense from that matter, but we know the investment is worth taxpayer dollars. It makes sense. $30 million?
Well, these cans are about $40 a piece, and when you're talking about the number of households throughout the city, and then there's some other issues with constructing the can and delivery, around $30 million.
Okay. Well, I would be very interested in seeing how the department sort of unrolls a plan or any kind of strategy you can come up with where we can work to make that the standard operating procedure for the city of Philadelphia. It worked, and now when you have something that works and you have to go back to people and tell them, I know you saw it and you want it, but you can't have it. That's something we would like to do.
Understood. And that's something that we definitely want to pursue moving forward. We're just trying to figure out a way how we can fiscally do that.
The old trash cans that are replaced by the big belly trash cans, are they in storage somewhere? Like we've had some old trash cans and they were replaced by big belly trash bins. Where are they now?
Well, a lot of those wire baskets were not in great condition, but many of them we use for special events. When you see baskets lined along the Parkway or baskets lined along Broad Street, a lot of those baskets are used during the special events.
So, I heard you, Commissioner, mention sort of the woes associated with the wire bins, because you're right. I have seen in some regions where they are used and they become a magnet for short dumping. But then on some corridors, like on Wadsworth Avenue and on Vernon Road and on Rising Sun Avenue and then on Old York Road, they can become an asset for us. So, if we are working in conjunction with your department, particularly for those where you have them in storage, maybe we could work on a quarter by quarter basis to conduct some sort of assessment with the expertise of your department to see whether or not on a trial basis we could put some of them back to work.
We're definitely willing to work with you. But one thing to keep in mind, though, Councilwoman, is these baskets require extra service. So the more baskets I put up, that's actually additional staff needing to service these baskets. Some of these baskets need to be serviced up to 3 times a day. The big bellies actually saved us approximately $1 million in Center City when we went from the 17 collections a day to now about 4 a week. So expanding our wire basket network, which right now we have over 1,000 big bellies and we have over 600 wire baskets throughout the city. Expanding that on a massive level will require additional staff to service these baskets because they're not on the same day as collection day throughout the week. So the crew that exists won't be able to service those baskets. There'll have to be some other kind of infusion to ensure that these baskets are serviced timely.
So I wouldn't suggest sort of an additional investment. I'm just talking about what we have in stock and in storage now, right? That we've taken off the street because it's been replaced by big belly, because I'm a big belly advocate, right? But I don't think we have enough big bellies for every commercial corridor in the city of Philadelphia, right? So where we don't have enough, if it's possible that we could get the Commerce Department, streets, and particularly if it's any kind of community development corporation, or in many instances it may not be, but there is a business association. If we could just sit down and sort of talk about a strategy quarter by quarter, that would be extremely helpful.
That sounds good.
Final question, and help me here so they'll know I asked this for the record. This is the issue of speed bumps. Now, I traveled through, and I used to represent the 200th Legislative District, which is the 9th Ward, the 22nd Ward, and the 50th Ward. And I would get people in the 50th Ward who would say to me, now in the 50th Ward, just so you know, it's the area where when people bought their home, they were buying in Mount Airy. So it was Mount Airy, it was East Mount Airy, and then it was West Mount Airy. But when there's a shooting, it's called Cedarbrook. Just want you to be clear about the region I'm talking about. In addition to that, what they will say is, if I am traveling to take my son to school and in preschool, you can drive up a block that has a speed bump, right? It has a speed bump. And then I'll have someone from another region who will say to me, well, why can't we have a speed bump at this location? And we will say, speed bumps are illegal in the city of Philadelphia. You can't put a speed bump or get a speed bump on this block. Is there a certain criteria, and have you, I can't be the only one who's seen speed bumps in some neighborhoods and not in others. Is there a criteria? Is it illegal? What's the state of it?
I'm going to turn this over to my Deputy Commissioner of Transportation, Mr. Michael Carroll.
Hi, yeah, so just to start, we don't use speed bumps on the street. You probably don't see them anywhere but at shopping centers. The speed bumps are the narrow ones that are real high. So the term we use is either speed hump, which we really don't use anymore, or speed...
Did you call, now say that again, wait, speed bumps are in, wait, now, you gotta help me.
Yeah, all right.
And Mr. Chairman, please grant me some latitude here, because I want to get the jargon.
This is important, I think. Go ahead.
Bumps are in the commercial?
Yeah, they're real narrow, maybe 1 foot wide, and then tall. So when you hit them, you go up real sharp, and then you come down. And you
So
really
that's a
feel it.
bump. Now,
Yeah.
what's on the street?
In some cities, you'll find what they call speed humps.
Humps.
Which are about maybe 4, 5, 6 feet wide, okay? And then they're about the same height. So it's a little more gradual. So if you're going about 25, 30 miles per hour, you won't feel it quite so badly. In Philadelphia, what we decided to do is use what we call speed cushions.
Speed cushions.
So they're like the little pillow shapes that you see in the street that have the gap in between them, so that the fire department, police department, ambulance can aim their tires for those gaps, and they won't get that bump effect, that undulation in the vehicle, and they can proceed on their way at a little bit higher speed. So speed cushions are not illegal in the city of Philadelphia. It's a traffic calming measure that we prefer to use when we're trying to slow down traffic on local streets. We can work with PennDOT, but PennDOT is a lot more resistant to putting them on the arterial streets, and especially the state routes that they have control over. The process for getting traffic calming on a block is on the Streets Department website. And we have a little FAQ and a lot of information on the website for people. Typically what we're doing is we're either working with the council people to identify the locations where these should go in, or we're asking the residents to do a petition and to get back to us with I think we have about 75% of the folks on a given block that we want to agree to get them in place. The thing people need to know about the speed cushions is that, there's pros and cons to them. Some people feel like having them in their neighborhood or having them in front of their house is a detriment to them, because for heavier vehicles there can be a noise associated with them. And some people just don't like them. They don't want them on their block. They feel like the traffic in a given situation is fine the way it is, and they think it's an intrusion to have them on their streets.
So Deputy Commissioner, you just gave us a good answer, and Mr. Chairman, I think we've been asking the wrong question. So there are bumps and humps and cushions.
Cushions, yeah.
Okay, all right, and so my people have been asking for the wrong thing. So one, we'll make sure we let them know that, and quickly, is there a timeline for how long does it take to apply for the cushion, get the how long should I tell them if I'm at a meeting and I'm sharing this information?
We have to go out and do a little research, and we try and turn that around in about a month or so, maybe 6 weeks on the outside.
Mr. Chairman and colleagues, thank you so very much for the latitude.
Thank you,
for your
Councilwoman.
patience.
It's an important question. And just on that, I assume, you mentioned noise. I would assume on a small street, that can be a little bit annoying, right?
It can be, and there are some
so
residents...
I think people need to know that part of it, yeah. But just, let me jump in here with a quick question if I could. In your Class 285, you talk about proposed decrease for this year in what's called rents. Could you tell me why there was a spike last year? And if I'm right, I think snow removal is categorized as rents, and I'm trying to figure that one out.
Yeah, that rent actually corresponds to our snow contracts for our snow disposal and plowing operations that are contracted out. And we paid about $8 million, a little over $8 million this year. We were budgeted for 5.2. So that amount you're seeing is what we are getting this year that we're not going to be getting next year. Next year, we'll be budgeted at $5.2 million again.
And you're not getting it next year because why? Just so I'm clear.
We typically wouldn't need it. We wouldn't need. So that 5.
You're being
we needed it this year.
Have you checked with a meteorologist on this or?
So that average goes on a 5-year average in terms of the amount of actual money we spend, and we budget out. So that 5.2 million corresponds to a 5-year average of how much we spend for our snow contracts.
So what are you renting though, just so I'm clear? When you say rent, what are you renting?
Vehicles and equipment for plowing operations and disposal operations.
Okay, so
we
we
actually have contractors that do that work for us.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
One thing to make note of, Councilman, is when we talk about this last storm that we had, when you look at the cost of what we actually expect to spend and what we did spend, when you look at the storm of the blizzard of 2016, the plowing operation became a lifting operation. So you had to have more equipment that was actually lifting the snow out of these city streets, more so than just plowing. So there was a higher need for various type of equipment to clear the streets, which you wouldn't have with a normal 8 to 10 inch storm.
I got you. Yeah. So it was more to do. I got you. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Councilman Dom.
Thank you, Chairman Greenlee. Just two last questions, quick ones. In 2013, I'm going to go back to the overtime. Our overtime was 11 million. In 2015, it was 16 million, and projecting for 2017, 17 million, which is a 57% increase. Can you explain why it's increasing at this level?
Well, the one thing I can talk about on my end, and I'll pass it on to Chris, is again, the compact issue got increasingly worse as the years went on. At our worst, we were short 40 compactors. And just to give you an example, a compactor services up to 1,000 households per day. So if I'm short 40 compactors, that's 40,000 houses that I have to pick up on overtime. So that's what caused and spiked the overtime over the last few years, having to pick up 40,000 houses on average through some periods on overtime every day. And simply, if we had those 40 compactors, the trash would have been up on regular time, or at least 96% of it, which is our normal on-time rate, 96%, when we have our full complement of trash compactors.
But I would ask you this question then. Why did it take us 4 or 5 years to get the compactors if we're spending all this extra money in overtime?
Well, again, our department, we don't purchase compactors. Okay. We understand what we need. We have an agreement with what we need. I understand. But that we have not had the ability to purchase compactors in the past. But moving forward, we do have a line item in our capital budget where we should have a replacement of 35 compactors per year, which should get us in a state of good repair. How many years, Chris? In 8 years.
Right. Who do you go to when you need equipment like that? Who's responsible for that?
Who purchases our equipment?
If you wanted to, if in 2013 or to 14 is when we had the big jump, for over $4 million in overtime, and it's probably because of the compactors. Who decides whether or not we get the compactors at that point?
Again, we talk to Fleet about what our needs are, and whatever their budget is, I don't know who they speak with, but we are in constant conversation with Fleet about what we need, and they understand what we need, and I don't know what line items they may have or not have, so I couldn't say.
I'm just trying to figure out why it took us 4 or 5 years to figure out we needed more compactors.
It didn't take us that long.
But that's what it took from the increases, it took 4 years.
Well, when we're looking at what we saw, what we needed, and what's in the budget, we, in advance, know what we need on the street. So in turn, when we get the compactors is when we're able to utilize them. That process in between of us saying what we need and when they're delivered is something that's beyond our control.
Okay, one other question. Other cities, Atlanta's one of them, are using, and so are a lot of our buildings in Philadelphia, by the way, they're using the rooftops, the water towers, the tops of lighting poles, municipalities, for cellular companies to gain revenue from municipalities. And I think I was informed that you guys, the Streets Department, issued an RFI to wireless companies to explore leasing some of our street fixtures. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And do you have any idea? I think it's a great idea, and I applaud you for it.
Thank you.
And do you have any idea what the potential revenue might be for that?
We haven't worked that out yet, but we expect when we get the responses to the RFI, we should be able to come up with some figures.
And do you have somebody on staff or somebody, a consultant who's an expert in this area who can help us?
Well, we have, we have the expertise with respect to other fees, but we don't necessarily have expertise for, cellular data in particular. But within the RFI, what we are going to ask people is whether they have expertise. And so we may put out an RFP at some point to contract with someone to help us figure this out.
I have somebody, if you need help, who will do it for free to help the city, who's an expert in this area. So if you need help with this, just call me. I'll be happy to offer that.
We'll reach
do it
out
for
to you.
free, just to help the city. So just let me know.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Squilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that our bike share program has been very positive for the use of bikes in the city, and I know we're expanding that. Is there additional resources being put into the budget to expand bike share? Is that coming through grants, or is that coming through the regular city budget?
The bike share program is run through the Office of Transportation and Infrastructure Services. I'm sorry, the bike share program is run through the Office of Transportation and Infrastructure Services. Streets Department plays a role in advising them about the siting of the stations, and also we're involved in providing extra bike lanes and facilities to serve the stations. They might be better to answer those questions, but I do know that the idea is that bike share is more or less self-sustaining, so that as the system expands, the operator who has an agreement with the city is able to pay for the cost of keeping it up and running.
Okay. And I know that this administration has a big interest in a lot of construction that's going on within the city. So, I mean, the permitting of sidewalk closures and street closures is being looked at. And do we see that as becoming, since all the development that is happening, a bigger issue within the Streets Department? And should we look to increase the resources to that department to be able to keep up the speed with the amount of permits that are being issued, and I guess the amount of, work as far as checking on those to make sure that they're done properly?
This fiscal year, we do have additional bodies being added to our right-of-way unit. We currently have 3 additional bodies. Again, with the building boom in this city and ensuring that that the permits are properly applied for, it's going to take an effort from the Streets Department, and not just the right-of-way unit, but the Streets Department as a whole. I have a Commissioner.
Yeah, I would just add to that we're also looking at some technology that we can use, some technological solutions in terms of software. We've just recently upgraded our conflict management software, which we work with the utilities and others in order to make sure that they're coordinating with each other in terms of when they're going into the streets. And that actually helps us keep a tab on what's going on everywhere. So we're still working some of the kinks out as far as that system's concerned, but I'm hopeful that in the next few months that'll make a big difference in our ability to serve the public. Also, very recently we rolled out an online web interface for our street closure permit system, which allows us to get information that's input by the permit applicant. Saves us a lot of time, and it also increases our productivity in managing permits. So those kinds of things, when we get them up and running, I think it'll sort of multiply our ability to address the volume that we see, which is very significant, and it's increasing exponentially, as you know.
Yes, I also want to congratulate you on the work with L&I. Now that I guess Commissioner Perry, who came from Streets and now in L&I, or back to L&I, understands the working relationships is necessary, and instead of pointing fingers at each other, we're there to say whoever's job it is, one of us will get it done and work together to do that. And it's not an easy job, but I got to say that your leadership, Commissioner, and leadership of L&I, willing to work together, making the changes necessary, are important to move the city forward. So thank you for everything you've done so far. Really appreciate it.
We're thankful to Commissioner Perry. We also want to ensure that regardless of what the service is, if it's something that we can do as a group or combined effort, we're willing to do so.
Well, keep up the great work, and it's been fun working with you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman O'Neill?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
I want to congratulate the Streets Department on a couple of broader issues and then talk about one specifically. The Streets Department continues to be, and it started a few years ago, but you've continued it, and it is being more community-oriented. Going out, talking to people at meetings in the evening, being available, whether it be yourself, deputies, somebody at the level that is the right level to talk, listen, get back. I find when I'm talking to members of your staff, they know a lot more about what I'm talking about than I anticipated, which is a good thing. It's usually a learning curve to explain things, and there's a culture that has developed that I'm glad you are continuing, where the Streets Department and neighborhoods are becoming partners in all this. So that's one piece of good news, and your deputies, your top-level managers, I mean, they all get it, I think.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
I know that's what the mayor's trying to do, and I think he's achieving it in the Streets Department. I just wanted to say that to you.
Thank you.
Also, on a very positive note, I thought the blizzard, more than anything else, showed our capacity to really dig in, work our butts off, and as a city force. And you and I have had this conversation. I've had it with Mayor Kenny. I think the amount of money we spent on the private sector, which I think at a certain point gets weaker and weaker in its production, we could much better handle by increasing our capacity, particularly with equipment. I think we have the manpower. I think it's an equipment issue, and I was just wondering if there's anything in this budget that lends itself to that. Is there any smaller equipment, better equipment, newer equipment, equipment that we've found to be useful, whether we borrowed it from the parking authority or somebody else, that we would have in our inventory, and they would be helping us, but we would have more capacity just within our own?
Currently, we still do not have any equipment that's simply dedicated to snow fighting. Unfortunately, our paving equipment and our compactors are so far behind that the monies that we are getting now are trying to replenish the core services, is the word I should use. The core service, the equipment that we need for our core services, we're trying to replace that first. We have talked about other ways and have talked to the Office of Transportation Infrastructure about snow fighting equipment that's dedicated to snow fighting. Again, there may be additional resources needed with that, because when we look at how we fight snow, almost all available staffing is fighting snow right now. So even if we had 60 pieces of equipment outside of what we had, you may not have the people to operate it at this point. So as of right now, we have not had the investment to fight snow with certain equipment on its own, but we are investing in our equipment that does serve multi-purposes, where it is providing our core services, but we still are able to use it for snow fighting. Mike, you have something?
Okay, I think I understand you. But let me just because you mentioned personnel, and you don't want to spike personnel for a short period of time. It's one thing to have equipment sitting there. It's another thing to have a person not working 11 months a year because they're there for snow removal. But other cities have it's an all-hands-on-deck policy, Parks and Rec, public property, whomever it is that they can get out on the street, they man that equipment if they have it. I don't know if we've looked at that. The other area is intergovernmental contracts or MOUs between, say, redevelopment authority, parking authority, even housing authority, where they've got manpower. They get done their snow removal. It's around the complexes, sidewalks, and things, and we can put them out on the street. I don't know if you've looked at any of that coordination, even if there's a payment that transfers between streets and city and one of the agencies. It just seems like an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, I would say, we are working with other departments, and that's not an issue. I mean, we've got a good relationship with the Water Department, for example, Parks and Recs, and so we do work with them. Recruiting staff that they have in order to work with us in our snow operation. We had a really good experience with PPA this winter, and so we're looking to explore ways to continue to work together with them. I just would want to say also, though, there's plenty of work during the 11 months of the year. If we have an opportunity to take on more of our core services, that will have a benefit in snow fighting as well. Finally, last thing I would want to say is that we're going through and we're getting ready to reissue the contract that we work with the private sector on, and we are looking very closely at ways to improve the accountability and improve the productivity of the private contractors that we work with to make sure we're getting the most out of them as well.
I think the more we can shift some of that $5 million that the mayor announced after the blizzard over to our own ongoing efforts that are then built in as part of our institutional capacity would really be great. But thank you. I'm glad to hear you're doing that.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you again. And I just had a question. I don't know if you actually have the answer to this question, but it's along the lines of equipment, as Councilman O'Neill was just discussing about the technology that's available and, where we are on that spectrum, which is pretty far back, that could make it easier, save the city money, adjust or address workers' compensation issues and people being out because they've injured themselves. And I'm just wondering, as I understand it, in different places there is a technology where, sanitation technicians don't have to lift, like a trash can or, a container, that it can actually be picked up. And that would be helpful in the sense that you wouldn't have to worry about, again, injury. So I don't know if that's something that is ever in the sights of the streets department.
I've actually explored this a number of times.
Okay.
There are about 5 factors that come into that. When you're looking at the mechanical service, they add between 7 and 18 seconds to each lift. The average sanitation crew picks up about 2 houses in 11 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
These particular pieces of equipment service about 800 households per day, but that's only one can, one household. You pick the can up, put it down, move to the next household, pick it up, put it down, move to the next household. That's not including the sofas, the mattresses, the box springs that you get to put out, and we allow up to 8 bags and 4 cans. And so if you just look at the time frame that it would take.
How many seconds did you say it adds?
It takes us to service 2 households on average with our 2 laborers, approximately 11 seconds.
11 seconds. But but with this new type of equipment, how much longer, how many seconds
It's
does it
going to add anywhere between 7 and 18 seconds, but depending on the proximity.
7 to 18?
Exactly, 7 to 18 seconds, depending on the proximity of the trash receptacle. And one issue is we will have to change our regs of what we accept at the curb, which could lead to more illegal dumping, because if you're only picking up that 1 can, that's all you're allowed to put out in these municipalities.
Yeah, Councilwoman, just on a comparison, we did do a study with recycling a couple of years ago, and on average, it took a toter system with a lifting device 23 seconds from curb to truck, where it takes us 11 seconds with a 3-man crew. Commissioner is right, some of the challenges that we face with toter size system that can be used in some of our suburban partner areas have to do with spacing requirements. So that system wouldn't work in areas, tight-knit areas like South Philadelphia, North Philadelphia, and West Philadelphia, but it may work in other parts of wide open spaces because parking restrictions, open lanes, and so forth. Those are the challenges that we face in a city like Philadelphia.
When we did our study, did we look at the extra time, maybe the additional manpower versus the cost of injury? Did we look at how many people we have injured out at any given time, how that affects collections as well? I'm assuming that was a part of whatever analysis was done.
I'll have to reach back with our safety officer and take a look at it.
Okay.
But again, when we looked at it, just as much as it looks conducive, some of our driveways have low-hanging wires, which I forget, is 12 feet or 14 feet. These lifts, when we actually have photos, I'll show them to you, where we went through the driveways, these actual lifts were higher and actually getting tangled on some wires. Again, the parking restrictions. And again, they say they improved technology where it doesn't take as long as it took a few years ago.
Sure.
We brought them back out, looked at it again, but it was still increasing our loading time where we would probably have to have 35 to 40% more trucks on the street just to service what we're doing now with the two-man crews.
So we could hire more people. That'd be,
No, you only get one person on that truck, so you're going to be almost even, just more trucks on the street.
Oh, okay, okay. So you only need one person?
One laborer, but you
And
have
plus one driver.
40% more trucks on the street. So
Okay.
you're really not seeing much of a savings, but you're paying up front with those vehicles.
Okay. How old is this study that was done?
We did this, Keith, what was this,
Recently or?
a year and a half ago, Keith?
So fairly
A year and a half
recently.
ago. Less
Okay.
than 2 years ago.
Okay. And one last question, going back to the speed bumps. So I have a few blocks in my district that have, that need to be resurfaced. And speed bumps were placed in position, but the street is just all kinds of crazy. I mean, it just really needs to be resurfaced. And so I can't understand, is there some sort of criteria? Was there some thought process that went into saying, okay, well, here on, and I'll give you an example, here on East Gravers Lane in Chestnut Hill, the unit block of East Gravers Lane, there are potholes for days, but at the same time, there are speed bumps. And so it would seem as if we wouldn't need speed bumps because the potholes are a natural speed bump. They have become a natural sort of speed bump. And so before we put down speed bumps, is there a criteria that we look at and say, this street is not in condition to receive, because, it's a lot of money. And at some point, you're going to have to repave that street. I hope sooner rather than later. I use that street as an example for a reason. But I'm hoping that at some point soon, you'll repave it. But then the money that went into providing speed bumps for that neighborhood, it was a waste.
Well, you should know that it is possible to pave between the speed cushions.
Oh, okay, all right.
So we don't have to destroy the speed cushion in order to complete the paving. There will be a seam that's formed, but that's something we can manage. I think the East Gravers Lane, there was a water department job there, so there might have been some coordination that we could have undertaken that could have made the situation better, but it was sort of out of our control when water had to go in and do some work there.
Okay.
We do try and take that into account, though. That is something that we are keeping our eye on, and ideally we are trying to put in the cushion after the paving has taken place. But it is a balance because, there is a desire usually in these neighborhoods to have that stuff in there right away.
Yes.
So we want there to be a few years that go by before we're back paving, but we do have some opportunity to do the paving after the cushions are in
Okay.
place.
Well, if we could take a look at East Gravers Lane.
Yeah, we'll do.
That would be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And I was asked to remind the committee that we are well behind. We still have 2 more departments to come. Councilman Squilla.
Last question. And it's just on the speed bumps, because every district gets inundated with requests, especially for small streets, with the cushions or pillows or whatever it may be. But does it also have a problem when we're plowing these streets, when you have these cushions or bumps involved?
Our specification for the design of the speed cushion is such that it does not create a problem for plowing.
Even if there's little sections where the wheels go through, when you go to plow it, wouldn't that leave that part?
Well, I mean, if we're looking at the one narrow gap being filled with some snow or maybe a pack, you should be able to drive a vehicle through there. You would have to aim for the cushion in that case and not the gap. But, in the course of salting and natural melting.
Who would decide if we get requests from some of these streets to put a cushion in? Is that something that the Streets Department would say, no, that's not in our purview, or how does that work?
Well, when the request comes in, what we try and do is to do an investigation just to be sure that the cushion is the right solution, because there's other things that we can do often to address the problem. And so if we determine that that's the best solution, then we'll try and put a project together and work with.
Because my fear is once you have one of these on one street,
That's right.
everybody's going to ask for it on their street.
That's right. So one of the things that we look at is whether or not we're pushing traffic on the parallel streets or whether there's going to be a significant impact on the block upstream or downstream
Right.
from where the cushion is being put in. And as we go back and look at the policy that we have in place, one of the things that we're considering is how to notify these other neighborhoods or these other blocks that there's potentially an impact that could take place on that block.
Because we saw that sort of happen with permit parking. One street would get it, and then people would go park in the street, and they would just constantly go, and, you know, all over. So I have a feeling that once this starts, if it proliferates, I don't know what the policy will be or how they regulate it, but we'll be inundated with requests.
Yeah, so that, I mean, that kind of issue is something we do take into account when we're doing our investigation. We've got a good year under our belt with the most recent, the most recent speed cushion program, traffic calming program. And what we found was that, like you say, there initially was a large amount of interest in it. But I think people are starting to weigh the pros and cons, and so this year we haven't had a ton of requests come in for new speed cushions. And so I think it's going to meet some sort of equilibrium. Some people will want them on a block, and some people will know they've driven on them in other neighborhoods and maybe say, this is something we should think about a little bit more carefully.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we'll be brief. I want to thank you for your response regarding the traffic calming, because you're absolutely right. What happens is that a resident in one section of the city of Philadelphia who is on a block where, you know, traffic is zooming, you all have come out, just like you make a determination whether or not we should have a stop sign and/or a traffic light after you've conducted your engineering study. I would think that you would come out when we make the request for the cushion and conduct a similar study to see if it was appropriate. But when people travel throughout our city of Philadelphia and they go and see something in another region and they come back to think it will make our street safer or calm traffic on our street, you can't fault a resident from trying to find a way to make their streets safe. So I want to thank you for your response to that question. My final question is in regards to page 2 of your testimony, where you talk about the department embarking on a long-term plan to significantly increase paving over the next several years. And with that being said, I won't ask you to answer it now, but obviously, you know, you all will have a plan for paving, and each district council person, obviously, this is an issue of major importance to each of them, because they get the request and the calls, why not my street? This street is paved. So if you could find a way to work directly with the district council people to make sure that when you sort of, you know, work to develop your plan, that we know, and then we can communicate, you know, what we see for, you know, happening in the future in our respective neighborhoods throughout our districts.
We do try and work with council president and council when putting our paving plan together for each upcoming year. So we definitely want to keep that relationship going, where you guys are aware of what your constituents need and we're aware of what the city needs, so we can come together to work on a common cause and deliver the service where it's most needed.
Yes, and finally, Councilman O'Neill jogged my thinking in that while I thanked you for the what you did during our snowstorm, I did not say a hearty thanks to all of your staff who've been attending town hall meetings since I've been an elected official since 2005, and these guys are working late into the evening, and they're there at every meeting. We do a series of about 10 of these meetings twice a year, and they're always out. And/or if we have another meeting that we just put together, the department is always there. So not just kudos to you, the big guys who are on the front line, but kudos to those who are on the ground and they're getting the work done. So thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you all very much. Thank you for what you do. Have a good day. Our next department is the Free Library. Good afternoon. Please, whoever is testifying, please identify yourself and proceed. If I could ask the folks that are leaving to please leave quietly so we can keep moving here, I'd appreciate it. Please, whoever, Your Honor, whoever, yeah.
Good afternoon.
Right in the mic.
I'm Pamela Demby. I'm here in front of you this time as President of the Board of Trustees of the Free Library. And I want to start, first of all, by thanking the councilwoman for raising the East Gravers Lane. And those speed cushions don't work.
Thank you.
Aside from that, I want to thank council. You have consistently been great friends and supporters of the library. So I know that I'm preaching to the choir. I also know that you have some tough choices to make in terms of how we spread our very thin finances. But I think there are a few things I'd like to remind you about with respect to the library when you make those decisions. First of all, 6 million people a year walk through our doors, our 61 operations that are all over the city. There's no other agency or anything else that many people voluntarily come to every year, year after year. And we have millions more web hits, so there's that whole expanding area of community engagement and contact. We have 1,000 free computers for people to use, and we have free internet at all of our branches. We are the largest internet service in the city. Siobhan Reardon, our magical director of the library, is going to talk to you about a number of programs, but I think one of the most important ones that you need to know about is that we're the lead agency for the Read by Fourth program. And we've put together a program that will, within a short number of years, have our children entering fourth grade reading at the same level that they do in suburban schools. We are, I believe, the most effective public agency, social change agency available, and we continue to need your help. We are very careful about how we spend your money and our money. We have developed something called a stress test where we take programs and evaluate whether we should even start them, whether we should change them, or whether we should kill them. And we're applying that to all kinds of different programs because, as we all know, a lot of things sound like a good idea when you're kicking it around for the first time, like maybe speed cushions. I really have it in for speed cushions. I think I'm going to stop there. I'll certainly be glad to take questions, but I think Siobhan is really going to give you the detail. But we need your help. We need to get our kids reading. We need to get jobs for our adults. We need English for our new Americans. And we're the ones who are doing it, and we desperately need your help. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Reardon, we have your written testimony, but if you'd like to summarize, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, mine are much more brief than what's
Okay,
in your
great. Thank you.
package. And so I just want to acknowledge the fact that we have quite a number of our friends joining us today in our member and appreciate their support of the Free Library.
We saw their signs there. Yes.
So as Pam said, the library has hit the ground running as the backbone agency of the Read by Fourth campaign. We have brought on more than 80 partner organizations, both public and private, to make sure that all Philadelphia school children are reading on grade level by the time they enter the fourth grade. The campaign will annually increase the number of third graders reading on grade level, beginning with 1,000 students in the 2015-16 academic year, and an additional 200 students each successive year. Separate from our backbone agency responsibility, the library is one of the 80 partner agencies. We have partnered with the Philadelphia School District to engage in building bridges with books for the 2015-16 school year. We host 10 priority schools at 19 neighborhood libraries for biweekly visits and have created a brand new curriculum for monthly family engagement programs to invite the children and families of our partnered school to participate together in fun and hands-on delivery, skill building. This partnership has strengthened our relationship with the school district and has provided a solid platform for us to build off more collaborative efforts. To improve economic opportunities for all Philadelphians, we are involved in multiple programs to assist job seekers. One is in partnership with 9 community agencies where we will develop a model for how public libraries can fully integrate their work with the broader systems of workforce development and adult education. This is a collective impact approach emphasizing mutually reinforcing activities, shared and measurement systems, and continuous communication to drive social change. We will center our attention in the Pascalville Library neighborhood in southwest Philadelphia, which is characterized by extreme poverty, high unemployment, and low levels of educational attainment. The project will have special focus on serving the needs of residents from immigrant refugee communities or those who have a history of incarceration. Building on a prior planning grant, the Free Library and its partners will share the model nationally with the library profession and the social service sector. In partnership with the prisons, we continue ongoing libraries in cell blocks program and have added a new program called Stories Alive. Stories Alive brings together incarcerated moms and dads with their children and family members for teleconferencing story times in neighborhood libraries. Up to 6 families gather at the Frankfurt, Kensington, or Widener libraries each Saturday to read stories and visit with their parents via Skype. The families also receive library cards and free books to take home. Once released, the inmates who have participated will also receive a resource guide and temporary library cards. Our plan is to grow this program over the next few years. In just a month from now, the South Philadelphia branch will reopen at Broad and Morris, along with the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia Primary Care Clinic, a recreation facility, and a city health care center. This unique partnership is the first of its kind, and we are delighted to be part of it and hope to be integral in forming many similar partnerships in the future. I hope you can make the opening in June. 4 other libraries, Lovett, Logan, Lilly, Marrero, and Tacony, have closed, and construction will begin by the fall. While those libraries are closed, nearby branches have extended hours. At Tacony, we will have a shared satellite location with mural arts on Torresdale Avenue, and thanks to Councilman Heenan for making that happen. These libraries will be modernized with new furniture, computers, and plug-in stations, and will be fully ADA accessible. This transformation will create an innovative library environment that anticipates and accommodates the dynamic nature of libraries, information transfer, and the needs of the public. This work on the neighborhood library should be completed by October 2017. On a final note, we are in full support of the Mayor's Rebuild initiative as we recognize the impact it would have on our libraries. The physical improvements I mentioned above are only representative of a very small percentage of what makes up the library system. In total, we have 49 neighborhood libraries and 3 regionals, all of which could use much-needed attention. We suffer with leaking roofs, malfunctioning air and heating systems, old plumbing and electrical systems, worn-out furniture, and most importantly, we do have several libraries that are not fully ADA accessible. Last summer, we had 8 libraries closed all summer long due to either roof leaks or damage or HVAC failure. Rebuild takes into account our needs and the needs of all Philadelphians and will boost our capability to serve the city. We remain committed to working on bringing the citizens of Philadelphia the best service that we possibly can, and I would take this opportunity to thank all the members of council for their support of the Free Library and look forward to working with you in the future, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I just have one quick question. Thank you, both of you. Judge Demby mentioned computers early on, and just looking at the chart you provided on page 7 of the written testimony, shows a little decline in what's called total computer use. Is there any particular reason why you see this is?
On the projection, has everything to do with the fact that we've have 5 libraries closed right now for some of the busiest libraries will no longer have, so that takes about 50 computers out of use.
Makes sense. Okay. Thank
Those
you.
computers, however, have been relocated to other libraries to handle the infusion of adults.
And they'll be used at those libraries. I
Yes.
got you. Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilwoman Blackwell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both, Your Honor, and thank you, Ms. Reardon. I know that the Luciany Blackwell Library is supposed to be closed. Give me an update on that and an update on the George's Library.
So I'll talk to George first. George, the George Institute Library is at the top of the list of the Rebuild Initiative. And to have
I ask her every year. She
Yeah.
said I'm at the top of the list.
It is
I had
at
to
the top
ask,
of the list.
especially since she gave
I
back
think-
money.
I don't know who wants it more, you or me. But yes, that is a library that needs to be reopened, and of course, the plan is to turn it into a digital resource center, or as we say, an enormous hotspot to train the people in the Lancaster and 52nd Street area on digital literacy skill sets. And I'm going to have Joe Benford, my head of public services, come answer your question on where we are in Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, the Luciany Blackwell Library is my favorite. It's a regional
I wonder
library.
why.
Can't imagine.
I can't even guess
Can't
why
imagine.
that is. Sir, if you could just identify yourself and proceed.
Hi, I'm Joe Benford, Deputy Director of Customer Engagement for the Free Library. Councilwoman, currently Public Property is working on the Blackwell project. It's getting a new HVAC system.
He's getting what?
It's a new air conditioning and heating system. And after that, it will also get a new roof. And we're expecting, the last time I checked on this, we were expecting them to reopen probably in either September or October.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Squilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you guys for coming in. Libraries are a big part of Philadelphia and something that we cherish. I know the rebuild is on everybody's mind. I met with some library advocates and making sure that we have resources to fix some of our libraries. Obviously, preventive maintenance is something that hasn't been done in a long time, and we really need to work at it and get it done. Libraries shouldn't be closed for this. They should be simple fixes that are maintained all along instead of redoing the whole library like we end up doing with rec centers also. And as our advocates, I mean, I know myself, and I'm sure every council district would like to know the needs of each library, what it is that libraries in our districts need, whether from a roof to bathrooms to things like that. I think it's important for us to know because we could also help advocate for the repairs, and obviously if we get the additional resources this year for the rebuild, we'll have to put them as our priorities to get done. So I think most of the council members would love to work with you by having the people, the advocates and the friends go out there and get that information to us so we could also push to get these things done because
Right.
it's very important to make sure we maintain our libraries.
As part of the rebuild program over the past number of months that we've been working on this, every single library has been surveyed, and there is a list of what sort of on the primary level of what's needed to make the facility safe and accessible, and then there's the transformational piece of it. So yes, every single library has been assessed.
Everyone has assessed and you have the information what each library needs.
Yes.
Can I add something to that?
Sure.
You should be aware that even if we can get all the mechanicals in place, you're not going to see your libraries opened as much as you want. If we take a 3% haircut this year, 85% of our budget, like many other agencies, is personnel, and city contracts require any library personnel who work on weekends get paid overtime, and Saturdays and Sundays are when people need their libraries. So no money,
Are you requesting
branches
additional
open.
funds? We support the additional funds.
Okay,
thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, ladies. How are you?
Hi.
And gentlemen,
Fine,
I'm
how are
sorry.
you?
Excuse me. Number one, I wanted to thank you all for being here. And, like so many others, libraries have played such a huge role in my life. I grew up practically in the Widener Branch Library on Lehigh Avenue. And so I just really want to thank you for all that you've done. I still remember going and picking out books and how excited I was about them. And And even at school where you could order books and get them and take them home. It was, it's like Christmas every time you were able to get a few books in your hands. And so I just really want to thank you because I have such a deep appreciation for books. I don't get a chance to do much reading now, except for this. but I just know that I wouldn't have the opportunity to be here if it wasn't for the Philadelphia Free Library System. And so I just want to tell you how appreciative I am.
Right.
A couple of questions really quickly. The Joe Coleman branch in Germantown seems to chronically be one of those locations that has issues with heating, air conditioning, closing for long periods of time. Can you give us some update? I feel like, do we need to tear it down and start over?
Yeah. So I'm going to have Joe take the closest, take the hit at it. That is a building that is extremely. There are chronic issues in that library. So
yes.
We had some serious HVAC problems in that building over the summer. And it had to do with the way the original HVAC system was put together by different subcontractors, and they used the wrong width pipe from the condensers to the whatevers and overloaded both the units and blew it out. That's been totally corrected. So we don't expect that problem. At least all the units have been replaced. So we're hoping maybe another 10 years out of that HVAC system. My fingers are crossed.
Okay. Long term, do we need to should we be planning a new library in that location or nearby, or?
I'm going to let Siobhan answer that one.
I think the location is a terrific location, but yes, that's one of those, and it's an enormous library, but I don't know that it's the best laid out library as libraries go. And I do think the children, I do think but I think the location is perfect. But yes, an upgrade in that library is long overdue. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Good to know what your thoughts are there. I kind of think an upgrade or a replacement someplace very, very close. There are some other spaces that are available along that commercial corridor, unfortunately. So I think that we should, let's not rule anything out and maybe...
Oh, I'm wide open.
Okay, all right, very good, very good. And also, I just really wanted to commend you on the work that's being done on Lovett Library on Germantown Avenue in Mount Airy. It really has taken on a new vibe and a feeling in the community. Right now, we do the movie nights there every summer on Friday nights, and you have to get there early or else you just can't even find a place to stand, not let alone sit down with a chair. And it's family oriented, it's intergenerational, it's at the library, right outside of the library. And there's being extensive work done to make it even more comfortable for the families and connect it to the inside in the library space. So I just really wanted to thank you for the work that you're doing there, and it really means so much. I take my daughter. We thoroughly enjoy it, and so I just again wanted to say thanks.
Pleasure. Yeah, that's an exciting project because that's a building, and the whole concept of placemaking, including Mount Airy USA and the rec center nearby. I do think that whole concept of creating a civic commons, and that'll be sort of a leader. We'll benchmark that amongst other libraries across the country too, which is kind of the genius of the project in the first place. Right.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Errol. You all.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I forgot to mention Walnut West. Mary Goldman and friends of Walnut West were here and left. And we all know Mary Goldman.
We all know Mary Goldman. We all know Kathy Wheeler.
That's right. So, oh, good. Thank you. So I wanted to check on what the status is. They were telling me something while I was rushing back.
So that's a building. That's another building that has complex problems with its heating and boiler and HVAC system. But that's a building that's also, on the positive side, that's about to celebrate its 100th anniversary, and so we do hope that you come by for the very intense celebration that's being planned there. But it's a building.
That's right, the 21st.
Yes, yes, right. But it is a building that has been plagued with problems, particularly in its systems. And that's one of the biggest issue among all of the city's assets is it's an aging infrastructure that, as Councilman Sculla was saying, is that maintaining these systems in the first place is what needs to be the first order of business, but really building an infrastructure that is a modern 21st century and representative of 21st century city that I think is important in the whole Rebuild initiative. And I think, leadership communities, Philadelphia deserves to be a leadership community in this.
Yeah, it's a lovely little library.
It's a great one.
It really adds to the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Do you all work much with WEPAC?
Yes, I'm actually on the board of WEPAC.
Oh, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yes.
we like that organization and try to support them as much as we can.
So for those of you who don't know what WEPAC is the West Philadelphia Alliance for Children. And it is a non-for-profit organization using volunteers reopens long-closed libraries and public schools in West Philadelphia.
It's great.
West Philadelphia. Yeah.
West is
West
best.
Philadelphia, all right.
That's right. Thank you.
Third
very
Councilman District. Okay.
much.
Thank you. Well, a couple of lights started flashing and people aren't sitting there, so that was a little scary. But other than that, no further questions.
Great.
Thank you all very much. Thank you for all you do.
Okay.
Libraries are a great asset to the city. Did you see that? Johnson and Sanchez. Our final department of the day, it's Parks and Recreation. And I have a feeling the chair of the committee will have some questions or comments. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Hello there.
We got you up there before. It's good evening. How's that? All right.
Sounds good.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Please, first, if I could ask everybody that's leaving, please do so quietly. And the record will reflect their signs held up for you guys too. So, libraries weren't the only ones. Please, identify yourself and proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Councilman Greenlee, Council President Clark, members of council. I am Catherine Ott-Level, Commissioner of the Parks and Recreation Department. With me today are Susan Slauson, First Deputy Commissioner for Recreation and Programs, Marissa Washington, our Deputy Commissioner for Administration, Aparna Palantino, Deputy Commissioner for Capital Infrastructure and Natural Lands, Susan Buck, Deputy Commissioner for Operations. It's a great pleasure to be here today for my first budget testimony. Can I continue? Okay.
Please, proceed.
I
thought you were finished already. I was going to say, that was great. It was really short. Yeah.
I would like to begin by thanking the staff at Parks and Recreation, many of whom are with us here today, for their extraordinary dedication to the department, our assets and programs, and the constituents we serve each day. I have been serving in this position for 96 illuminating days. I have spent much of that time meeting with programs and operations staff, visiting facilities, attending community meetings, and meeting with many of you. I've also put much thought and effort into building our new leadership team in the department, and I'm confident that the women sitting alongside me today will help build a department that is responsive, high-functioning, dynamic, and compassionate. We will put the needs of citizens first, and we will work to provide optimal service and a rewarding and meaningful experience for each and every Parks and Recreation user. I appear before you today to present our proposed operating budget for fiscal year 2017, which includes a general fund obligation of $57,669,081 and a grants revenue of $12,237,484. The FY17 general fund budget reflects a decrease of $536,887 over FY16 estimated obligations. The Class 100 request of $43,386,251 sustains the department's authorized level of 700 general fund full-time positions. $9,294,525 is proposed for Class 200, $2,637,805 in Class 300, 400, and $2,314,500 in Class 500. We are so fortunate to have a Parks and Recreation system that is first and foremost beloved by our citizens. Our programs and facilities are part of the social fabric of our city and critical to the quality of life of residents of all ages, but most especially our young people. We provide exemplary programs to thousands of young people annually, including after-school and summer camp, athletics, arts and culture, technology, and environmental education. We provide over 3 million meals to children annually, and through our new Farm Philly program, those same children are now food producers as well, growing over 1,000 pounds of fruits and vegetables at gardens in our facilities that are then distributed in their own communities. Our workforce development program continues to grow, and Parks and Recreation is currently the largest employer of seasonal jobs for young adults ages 14 to 24 in Philadelphia. This year, we contracted with Philadelphia Youth Network to support 1,600 children ages 14 to 18 through work-ready summer jobs. We also worked with the Center for Employment Opportunities to provide jobs to 90 returning citizens ages 18 to 24 who worked alongside our operations staff throughout our parks. In FY17, we will launch our new Career Advancement Project, an industry pipeline model designed to connect young adults to permanent careers in our department and beyond. Our parks and open spaces continue to draw national attention, with many new and exciting projects on the immediate horizon, including the transformation of Love Park, the extension of the Schuylkill Trail to Bartram's Mile, the Discovery Center in East Fairmount Park, the Centennial Commons in West Fairmount Park, the Reading Viaduct Rail Park, the Circuit Trails, and neighborhood park transformations, such as Stinger Square, Wekico, Wissinoming Park, Conestoga, and Smith Playgrounds. Major efforts will be launched this year to improve the core functions of our department to better care for our natural lands and facilities. The recently implemented Performo work order management system has already enhanced our ability to respond to maintenance requests and ultimately will help us better manage our labor force. Likewise, our standards and inspections program is enabling us to evaluate and score our basic care and maintenance efforts in our facilities and includes a robust training program on sustainable practices for operations staff. We are using a new high-resolution technology to inventory our dead and hazardous street trees for the first time, an initiative that will enable us to be proactive in our efforts to remove trees before citizens call them to our attention. The dedicated men and women serving Philadelphia Parks and Recreation represent various backgrounds and diversities. The Parks and Recreation executive staff are 78% women, 22% men, 44% African American, 44% white, and 11% Asian. The full-time new hire breakdown for FY16 is 42% female, 58% male, 45% minority, 55% white, and 12% bilingual. While there is so much great work happening in our department, over the past 3 months, I have been deeply struck by the need for significant capital improvements in our facilities. I am also saddened by the inequity that exists throughout our system and the acute difference of the condition of our facilities in certain communities versus others. It is our single greatest deficiency as a department, our most critical challenge, and our paramount opportunity. It has reinforced for me every day for the past 96 days the importance of Mayor Kenny's Rebuild Initiative. It presents more than just the opportunity to fix the leaky roofs, the missing swings, the broken windows, the torn up fields, the crumbling sidewalks that all of you know too well. It is our chance to reinvest in what makes our residents most proud, what unites our neighborhoods, creates our leaders, changes lives. It is our chance to show our children that good enough is no longer good enough for them. I thank each of you for your careful consideration of the Rebuild Initiative and of our FY17 operating budget. Should any council member wish to engage in further discussion on these matters, my staff and I are ready, willing, and able to meet with you at your convenience. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss our department with you today. I look forward to your questions. And in closing, let me congratulate and thank Susan Slauson for 29 years of service to the city of Philadelphia. She is retiring next month, and we will miss her dearly.
Okay.
Next month. This month.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
Certainly you beat me to it, but I was going to certainly recognize Commissioner Slauson for all that she's done over the years for the city, from the police department to recreation to Parks and Recreation. And I have to say, I see Barry Bessler back there. He is usually my contact when we have questions at Fairmount Park, and you know, he somehow keeps taking my phone calls. I don't know. So thank you. One question, I know a couple other council members have questions. Page 7, you state the Special Projects Initiative. It says it's been functioning for over 30 months. The project team has completed over 102 work orders totaling $2.9 million and saving $3.4 million in capital funding. We'd like to hear about savings, but given that, are there plans to ramp up this program at all? What's the future, I guess, for the Special Projects
Well,
Initiative?
we love the program, and I have to give a huge kudos to Frank Faby, who's our wonderful director of skilled trades and special projects and engineering and magic. So a special thanks to Frank for his work on the Specials Capital Project. It's been a wonderful program. We have been able to do so much with it. I think we could certainly expand the program if given the resources, but it's really become not just a cost savings for the department and the city, but also a time saver. The amount of time that it would take to do some of these capital projects would be far, far more than the amount of time we're able to do by having our own skilled trade staff perform them. So we've been able to be really much more responsive in terms of completing some of these smaller capital projects while also saving an incredible amount of money for the city.
Okay, thank you. All right, let me first recognize Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon. Well, as the Chair of Parks and Recreation, it's really been my pleasure to work with you all. And, I just have had such a good working experience. We call you, you respond. We're able to get things done. We're like-minded in the sense that, this is not just a job by anyone that I've encountered in Parks and Recreation. This is really a mission, and it's about our children, about our young people in particular. And I just really want to thank you. I want to thank in particular Frank Faby and for all of his hard work. My constituents call me and I call either Frank or Sue, and I just wanted to thank, I don't care what they say about you, Frank, I like you. You're all right with me. But I want to thank him for all of his hard work and being so responsive. And of course to Sue Slauson, my girl, who, I'm really just going to miss. I'm trying not to get emotional over here, but, Sue is near and dear to my heart, and she has just been such a wonderful, wonderful person to work with.
Amen.
And so I don't know what the city of Philadelphia is going to do without you. I really don't. As it was mentioned earlier, from your work with the police department and now your work with Parks and Recreation for so long as commissioner, and there's so many different roles. And again, I just want to say thank you and my hat's off to you for all that you've done, because I can't imagine what our Parks and Recreation department would look like if you had not been there at the table with a say and holding it down, as the youngins say, holding us down. And so I just really wanted to thank you for all the work that you've done, and you'll surely be missed. So, and with that said, I probably have like 1 minute left. But I do want to ask just a couple of questions. And the first is that, I have a new bill which I introduced a few weeks ago. Which would be somewhat attached to the effort that we have planning to make spaces, to rebuild our playgrounds and recreation centers. And my bill actually what makes spaces much more intergenerational and family-friendly and disabled-friendly, friendly for disabled children and adults. Every playground that we've touched in the 8th District since I've been in council, we really work to have those things at the forefront. And so for every rec center or playground that we've touched, we've made sure that there was playground equipment that was not just for children who did not have developmental delays, but for those who did as well. So whether you were on the autism spectrum or whatever it may be, there are different colors and textures and things of that nature that resonate with children who have those delays. And so, I got the idea actually from Councilman O'Neill's district, where he has a playground. I can't think of the name of it. It's on Varee Road, I believe. And, it's a playground that looks like any other playground, but because of the colors and the textures, it really is a welcoming place for those who have those delays. And we've worked to try to get those in our district as well with every playground that we touched. We'd like to see that go citywide, essentially. And that's what the bill would do. As we rebuild our playgrounds, we need to make sure that, we write everybody in and make sure that people who have been left out, have an opportunity to come in and there's something there for them to do. A reporter asked me, well, is this about, ADA? And I said, well, yes and no. It's really not about ADA as much because you can get into a rec center, but is there anything for you to do once you get inside? And so I really wanted to get your thoughts on that.
I'm going to let my colleague Aparna Palantino respond.
Councilwoman Bass, actually, thanks to your
Will you
initiative.
identify yourself, just for the record? I don't think you have yet, yeah.
It's
Identify
sorry.
yourself. Yeah.
Aparna Palantino, Deputy Commissioner of Parks and Recreation. Councilwoman Bass, actually, through your initiative several years ago, starting with some of the parks such as Vernon Park and Pleasant Playground, where you had asked for some of those measures to be incorporated, we actually took it upon ourselves to start implementing those measures at all of the playgrounds that we've designed in conjunction with the Department of Public Property. So thank you for that. And going forward, that's been an initiative in spite of the bill, and we're actually glad to see it come in. But that's something we've taken upon ourselves to
I'm
implement.
glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. But in particular, one of the things that I'd like to see more of, there are swings that are designed for children who may be wheelchair bound.
Yes, we have.
Who a traditional swing probably would not be comfortable and would not work. And so we'd like to see more of those. So, if I have a child with special needs, I don't have to drive all the way out to Veree Road, which is quite a way. So I'm glad to hear that you're already doing that. Can you talk a little bit further about the adult exercise component to it? Because that's the other component that we've included in all of our play spaces. Because it would be nice if, I have a 6-year-old daughter, so it would be nice if mommy could do a little something while, my daughter is very close by. I can keep an eye on her. But, I could work it out as well as we promote exercise and healthy lifestyles in Philadelphia.
Absolutely. Actually, I know most of the projects we work on in conjunction with your office, you've asked us to install the adult fitness equipment. Subsequently, a lot of the other council members have also asked for that to be installed, and it's something that we've been trying, if space permits. We've also been using it at various locations in the park, so I think it's something going forward similar to the initiative for inclusive play, that we would also at least ensure that there's, if space permits, that there's some sort of adult facility at every playground as well.
Oh, good. Also, I didn't even need to do my bill. Y'all are doing it.
No, we were doing it, yes.
Okay. All right, and now, a few years ago, I also passed an ordinance that would require Parks and Recreation to update council members on criminal activity surrounding playgrounds and recreation centers. And I'm just wondering how is that? I know that we had a little bit of trouble getting it up off the ground, and it's something that as a district council member, if I see that I have a particular playground or rec center that is problematic, I may want to put additional resources there, additional programs. We do a lot of outside activities, particularly during the warm weather months throughout my district, and that would be a place that I would target so that we can bring back a positive vibe to the neighborhood and to the community. So can you give us an update on that as well?
Sure. I'll let Susan Slauson speak to that.
Susan Slauson, First Deputy Commissioner for Programs and Recreation. Thank you so much for your kind words, Councilwoman Bass. Ditto. We did get that information for you initially. The police department would prefer to provide you with that information because depending on what you're asking for specifically, they want to tailor it to that particular area and to whatever specific crimes because it could be read differently. And so if you provide me with the information again, I'll forward it to the police department and they'll give it back. But they would prefer to provide you with that information and not.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I don't have a preference in terms of who actually provides it as long as we can get it so we can act on it. So do you need what do you need?
Nothing. They're amenable to doing it. I'll get the information again and let them know that it's for you, and I'm sure it won't be a problem.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I should, before I recognize Councilwoman Blackwell, I see Stephanie Craighead back there. Stephanie, thank you for all you've done in various ways with Fairmount Park. Councilwoman Blackwell.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too would like to honor and thank Sue Lawson for all that she's done. And in fact, I will mention, because this all happened when she was commissioner, I wanted to ask about the monies that were in the budget under even the last administration. For me, we've been talking about issues like Mill Creek and West Mill Creek, about the, Lucian E. Blackwell Community Center supposed to happen. I've been fighting on that. I don't know whether it's been since 2000 or 2003, with this shared project with Mill Creek and the Lucian E. Blackwell. So, I thought I'd mention these as backups, because all of this has been in. Friends of Malcolm X Park, that wasn't major. But still, issues like this, we've had a hard time, that and King Sesson even getting grass planted along the walkways. And Laura Sims Skate House in Cobbs Creek Park, we've been trying to get a sign, as you know. And I mean, they still have that paper sign they made up. And we want to thank Stephanie Marsh and her sorority. They're going to help us with Claiborne Lewis Park, and Intech has helped us with several parks in the past. And I know that we're working on Cobbs Creek Center, so we want to check up on that, and 48th and 48th and Woodland. So we have those issues. And as you know, when we started with Lee Cultural Center, we had a hole, I don't know, about this big. Now the hole is, you can walk through it. We've been asking every year. And all of these areas, I like it when we toured with the commissioner and we could see it and we put the money in. The money just wasn't spent, but it's embarrassing. It looks like some big ghetto right there at 42nd and Haverford, because we haven't fixed it. Drexel was willing to do it. It would have cost us, I don't know, $1,000 or $2,000 more. And but we were told we could get it done more cheaply, but we haven't had anything done. And so these are just a few of the things, you keep it on the top of your mind. And now we've been dealing with it since last summer. Now we got summer coming again. And there are things that were already budgeted. So I'm asking if we can get these things done before the summer, or at least a status as to why we can't. Because we had the money in under the last administration. And finally, if the president doesn't mind, I'd like to ask him about the Love Park that I love so much, and to ask what's happening with that. Thanks. Thank you. So can you all give me a status on Love Park?
Sure. So thank you, Councilwoman. I will let Aparna talk to you specifically about the Lucian Blackwell Community Center and give an update on Love. But I think it would be great if we went on a tour again, you and I, and took a look at some of these sites again. And some of them are very easy fixes. I also met with the advisory council at Laura Sims. The sign should be an easy situation to fix. I agree, they need a new one.
Thank you. I'll make myself available when you're free.
Great, and also agreed on the wall at Lee Cultural Center. We need to get that fixed as well. So we'll certainly look into that and work with your office, and then we'll plan a tour for sometime this spring.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Blackwell, I'm pleased to announce actually that we've been working closely with PHA. They've selected a contractor and are ready to issue a notice to proceed for design to begin on the Lucian Blackwell Rec Center. So that should go, design will start this month, and construction is expected to start by fall.
That's good. We introduced a bill to close off that street 3 times. So it should be someplace in the system.
Yeah, so that is moving. With regards to Mill Creek and West Mill Creek, I know we're working with public property on those, and both of those projects are ready to go into bid for construction to start towards the end of this year as well, so those will be moving.
But the money's already been there.
Yes, it has.
So when
and
you said the end of the year?
They will go through the public bid process, so they will go into procurement. Actually, by next month, they'll go through the public bidding process, and then upon conformance of contracts, probably start in the fall or early winter. And to answer the question about Love Park, as you can see, they've started demolition. Investigative work is being done. As you know, part of that park sits over the parking garage, but the other part sits over SEPTA. So we're working with SEPTA to address any issues, concerns that they have about the work that we're doing over the concourse area. So we have to do it very carefully and very skillfully so as to not cause any damage below. That project, once demolition's complete, will go into construction, is expected to be complete by May of next year for reopening.
What will it be? What will you construct?
It will be a park. It will still have some of the elements that were requested by the public as a whole. We had gone through an extensive process of community engagement, held several meetings with community, and based on the input we received, one of the things, or some of the things that the community or the public as a whole had asked for was to maintain the monumental fountain. Not many cities in the world will throw that much water up in the air. So they will have a fountain. They'll have another fountain feature. It will have much more green space. It will have gardens. The love sculpture, of course, will be maintained. We will have places to continue the lunchtime activities that are there in the summer, concerts, the line dancing, all of that. One of the most important features that the new park will have is that it will be completely accessible. Currently, with the levels, many people with certain disabilities can't get to every area, so the park will be completely accessible to all patrons. It will be a much more secure and safe park. The Welcome Center also will be renovated to provide public restrooms in the lower level with other activities on the first floor.
Thank you. That's one of my favorite places in all the city because it is good for people, visitors to our city. People take pictures in front of the Love statue. People have lunch there. I was also okay with homeless people. I know nobody wants to hear that, but you all know I love my homeless people as well. Yeah. So people from all walks of life, all places, all races, everything. It's just the most exciting place, and I'm glad to hear that you'll do more than that. You'll have restrooms, which will be monitored as part of the contract, I'm sure. Yeah. And so I'm glad to hear that it will be a great place. I remember once when the late and great Lucian Blackwell was alive, and we were in Sweden, and we were jogging in the morning. Of course, he was jogging, I was trying to walk. Mm-hmm. And I needed to use the restroom, and we were going down in the subway. And I said, Lou, I'm not going there. And I fussed and fumed, but I couldn't help it. I had to go. And we went down there. Everything was clean and spotless, and soap and tissues. And I was amazed that underground restrooms could be like that. Then I felt ashamed for doubting it. So I'm glad that we'll have that, and that, Mr. President, they're going to maintain it so they'll be nice and clean for people who need to use it. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And let me start by saying good afternoon to each of you and welcome. I've got to start by lending my voice to the choir about you, Sue Slauson. I was talking to a group of University of Pennsylvania folks probably about 3 weeks ago, Councilwoman Blackwell, and we said the man. We were having a conversation about the man, and everybody knew about the man. They knew what the man was. Talk about this great man, this man. That's wonderful. And then someone said, well, what's the Robin Hood Dell? What's the Robin Hood Dell? No one knew about the Dell. and I told them to take a drive by the Dell and to look at the Dell. And they drove by and they got out the car, they could see what they could see. And when they looked at that work, I said, that's Sue Slauson. You helped to make sure that Philadelphians remembered the Dell and that it represented the same kind of quality that the people who patronize the Dell should be accustomed to. And that is a very strong legacy to leave here in the city of Philadelphia, and you should be proud to have been at the helm of making it happen. And I want you to know I won't ever forget it. Madam Commish, when you came and we had gotten started with these budget hearings, you know, for me, I'm a newcomer here. You know, my Councilwoman Blackwell and Council President Clark, they're all veterans, and you know, they know their lists and they know their centers by heart. They know when the requests for improvements were put. I mean, they know it, right? And I got here and I was as green comes. And you know, you can't make a decision without data and having the information. And it must have seemed like a perfect storm because I wanted it all right there, you know, immediately. And very meticulously, your office made sure that we received that information so that when I went to several I was familiar with, obviously, because I had represented them as a legislator, but there were a whole lot I didn't know about. And your office provided me with the history of those, and that mattered to me. So I needed to say thank you, because if you hadn't given it to me, this would have been a whole lot different right now. So thank you so very much. Let me talk to you about something I care very deeply about: trees. I'm a lover of trees. I think trees are a part of what lets you know when you leave the city and you walk into the burbs. People say, what's the first thing that you notice that's different? It is trees. And while I am a lover of trees, we have a lot that need to be pruned. Agreed. Right, and maintained. Talk to us, if you will, about the pruning and or removal of dead and dangerous trees. What does our backlog look like? When someone calls, what's the wait?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and I thank you very much for being a tree champion. We will remember that. It's great to have that passion about it, because we feel very deeply about it as well. So we currently have a removal backlog of 2,784 trees. They have been on the list for up to 3 years, and with our current funding capacity, it would take about 2 years to get through the backlog. That said, there is some good news on the horizon in that through our great leadership in the department, Stephanie Craighead and John Pillar in her department, our team has been working with a special software called Cyclomedia, which is a high-resolution street-level imagery software that they're actually able to go, for the first time ever, street by street through the city, sitting at a computer with seasonal employees, these wonderful young guys who are going through and able to zoom in on trees on streets and actually tell if they are dead and hazardous. See, for years, what we had to do is rely on citizens to call us and tell us when a tree, when they thought a tree was dead or hazardous, and then we would send an arborist out to confirm that, and then it would be added to the list, and then we would, have to take time due to the funding and capacity to remove the tree. But what this will allow us to do is, we've actually done 2 council districts so far. We did Councilwoman Bass and Councilman Squeal, and we're working our way down the list to actually provide a map of all of the dead and hazardous trees in every district, and a dollar amount for what it would cost to remove those trees, which we could do in 6 months for each district. And I want to give a shout out to Councilwoman Bass, although she left, because she was our guinea pig and the first person I sat down with last month when we had this information and gave her the map and the price, and she said, let's do it. And it was a big number, but it will not only help us be proactive in terms of removing, but it will also help us with that backlog, because many of those trees are on the backlog. It will also really help us in terms of storm events and emergency events, because, when a storm event happens, some of those dead trees will be the first to fall. So if we're able to remove them then we won't have to go and clean up after a storm event. It'll really help on that end in terms of our operations and management of that.
How long do we think it'll take us to sort of get through the city? I mean,
That's a good question.
How long did it take you to do those 2 districts?
Yeah, it took a few months to do those 3 districts, so we're confident that we can probably get through the rest of the districts.
Actually, based on the time frame for which we have the software, we have to complete the data collection by July. We lose the ability to use the software at almost no charge until July. So we've been working, and at this point, we're getting to almost 7 days a week to be able to get all of this, because after July 1st, that software becomes incredibly expensive, and we'd rather not incur that cost.
You have to see these 2 guys who sit at their computer. I just went and congratulate them after our meeting with Councilwoman Bass, because it's a thankless job of sitting at this computer and going through, it's like a Google Maps, it's like a Google Maps on speed, and they just go through and click and they have to zoom in on the tree, and they have to determine it. And then our arborist will go out to confirm, but eventually, if we're able to secure the capital dollars from each council member, then we can send contractors out, with that targeted list of trees to remove them. So there is hope on the horizon.
Let me, on behalf of my fellow district council members who are not here, say if July is the time, whatever you have to do in order to get those 2 guys some help, so that each district council person you're sitting down with, and they have to make those same decisions about getting that done. Please do everything that you can do so that at the end of July, when we no longer have access to it, we're not saying that there was a section of the city that got left behind.
That's right.
Because if all neighborhoods matter, all neighborhoods should be able to benefit from the technology. So that's exciting, and that's good news to be able to share with our constituents. Let me ask you a question about this Key Spots computer centers.
Yes.
Key Spot, are there plans to make more Key Spot community centers? We don't have any located in the 9th.
Yeah.
What does it take? How much does it cost? What's the state of that?
Yeah, that's, I appreciate that. I think the Key Spots is a wonderful program. I want to thank Ben Bernstein, who runs that program. It's just been a wonderful partnership with OIT. We currently have 19 Key Spots. It's not enough. We have 19 Key Spots, and then we have 5 other staffed computing centers in the system, and then approximately 17 other computer centers that are unstaffed in recreation centers. But the key thing about Key Spots is that they're staffed, and there's someone there 2 days a week, 15 hours a week, could be 2 days, could be 3 days, depending on the site, who is working, has that center open, is troubleshooting issues with the machines, is working with citizens when they come in and want to do a resume or look up college scholarships or whatever it might be. There's a resource there, and so that's why Key Spots really work, because there's staffing as well as the computers. And I am happy to say that I just learned today that OIT has agreed to replace all the computers in the Key Spots, because at this point they're about 5 years old, so there's a real need to replace those computers. In terms of expanding the program, that is something we would love to look into. I can get you the information about how much it would be. I don't have that off the top of my head, how much it would be to expand the program and to include it in more centers. I know when Kevin Hart came and donated those computers, it enabled us to fill out some more of those slots. Those were added to a lot of our rec centers.
So help me just, and Mr. Chairman, if you will grant me the latitude. Thank you so much. How were the existing 19? They were selected from within the department?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure about that. I could, Susan might have that information.
Aparna, you should stay there, Susan.
Yeah.
Susan Slauson. Councilwoman Parker, there was an opportunity to put in for a federal grant under President Obama, and they were specific to communities where the poverty level was really high, and we had to present information to determine whether or not we could choose certain facilities. And unfortunately, your particular neighborhood did not, because one of the things that I always try to do is to make sure I can put whatever we're trying to do in at least one in each council person's district. Yours did not fall under the criteria. They were looking for neighborhoods that young people would not be able to go anywhere in the neighborhood and find a computer. So we had to specifically look for neighborhoods that were extremely poor where there weren't libraries really close, and that's how they were identified.
Get you, woman. Talking to my Councilwoman Janey from Cheney over here. I apologize. Go ahead.
And that's how they were identified. And so we went throughout the district and throughout all of the districts, and we identified specific neighborhoods where it fell under the criteria that the grant pointed out.
Well, so let me just say, so one, I think they're fantastic, and I think they're great. I get that you were probably required to use the federal, if it was a federal grant, then there were the federal poverty lines, and I understand that. But Council President, I'm glad you are sitting here and you hear this message, because once again, it reaffirms, a tickle in my throat that I have about this idea that people who make a nickel over the guideline are not eligible for participation. Actively engaged citizens, they're paying taxes, and we should find a way to help all of those in need, because there, but for the grace of God, go each of us.
Absolutely.
But for those people who are just, they make a nickel above, they have a pension, they just happen to work, right? And it's as if when you talk to them, they don't find themselves being eligible for some of the awesome programs that are offered in the city of Philadelphia. And so as we move forward, and if we can potentially have a discussion about trying to ensure that there is no neighborhood that is not benefiting, because although you can have a neighborhood that has a library that may have access, the library is usually open when the rec center is open, but the library is closed, and that rec center is open for programming. And our kids are using that rec center where we get ready to, for example, lose Azura, who is our, I'm happy that she is being promoted. I will tell you that I'm not so sure how I'm really feeling about her leaving, because we depend on her, so much. But in areas like that where there is a mix, if we don't find a way to help stem the tide now, things can evolve. And take a turn for the worse. So I would clearly like to work with you on trying to establish some other key spots. Great. So if there's anything that we can do to be helpful, and that tree pruning list, I had to say it on the record because I couldn't go out to another town hall meeting without being able to tell my constituents that I made sure that tree pruning and the removal of dead and dangerous trees were on the list.
We'll do your district next, I promise.
All right. And listen, and I want you to know,
you just got bumped up.
The council president to tell you, I'll come find you. Okay, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
We'll have to go over here.
It's your seat, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Real quick, Special Projects Initiative, is that incorporate only Department of Recreation employees, or is it also public property employees?
It's only our Parks and Recreation
Only
employees.
Department of Rec?
Yes.
How many people are in that workforce?
28.
28.
28?
Mhm.
All of those individuals have a specific trade/skill?
Yes.
In meaning that are they like journeymen?
They might be roofers, they might be electricians,
But they're
they might be
journeymen?
plasterers. Yes.
You have to say yes, because they can't
Yes.
take it. Yes, thank you. So basically, there are union carpenters,
Correct. Yes, they are.
roofers, and all of that.
Yes.
And right now, is there limitations on how much work or the level of capital work that they can do?
So, not in monetary value, but in the extent of the work. So, for example, if you have a roof that's leaking, if it requires a patch or it's not a very large roof, our special projects can do it if it's a very large roof and you require manufacturer's warranty for the product, you have to be a certified installer. So that...
Certified installer?
Yes.
And the city of Philadelphia is not a certified installer?
No, there's certain
Because-
contractors that are pre-qualified by various manufacturers to do certain work, so while we can do it, we wouldn't be able to, certain warranties and things like that, we would not be eligible for. But that's, again, sorry.
If we're the workforce, aren't we the warrant guarantee?
No, so on a roof, for example, the simplest, when you go to a manufacturer, they have certain details you have to follow, and they
No,
will
but I'm
come...
saying if we do the roof, it's our building, and wouldn't we guarantee the work?
We could guarantee the labor, the material, if there's a deficiency found later, which does happen in the material itself. For example, the adhesion's not there, or the product that the manufacturer may have supplied was defective. If we don't use a certified installer, then they wouldn't give us that 20-year warranty on the roof.
Because of the material.
Right.
And the material is installed with labor, a labor force that is what, not what, because you said they're union.
They're not certified installers. We can look into if a manufacturer would review our installation procedures and give us a warranty. I'm not 100% certain that they would do that, but we can look into that. Because this program's been very successful, and just based on the savings that we've been able to achieve over the past 3 years, I think it's a worthwhile next step to do that, to see if we're able to expand our workforce and get them the training that they need to be able to get these certifications. I think
this is a case of where we don't know. I mean, I don't.
Currently, we can't.
If you have a certified union roofer, and they install material, I don't know how. Just because we don't belong to a private company.
And all companies aren't certified by all manufacturers. That does happen. We've been through some bad roofs ourselves with qualified installers, but so we have to reach out to the manufacturers and see if they'd be willing.
Same thing with plumbing, because I'm assuming we have plumbers on.
Plumbing is not as much of a problem. Most of the plumbing installations can be done ourselves. The only other large installation that may pose some problem is the HVAC, the heating, ventilation, air conditioning.
Do we have HVAC
So we can do...
employees?
We do. We do.
All right. So we basically have all of the trades in-house.
Yes, we do. The only thing that we could not currently do ourselves is installation of control systems, the very complicated, complex...
Which one? I'm sorry.
The HVAC control systems.
Okay.
But system installations we can do. Our guys and Frank's guys do them all the time.
Okay. And I'm assuming, based on they're all in District Council 33 employees?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And they're all city employees, so it's probably likely that it's a pretty diverse workforce? Yes, no? I mean, Frank, you know.
Yes.
It is. It's a diverse workforce.
All right. Okay. So we all know that there's this issue about rebuild. And one of the most significant issues to me is the lack of diversity with respects to the current capital programs and projects outside of the city's workforce.
Mm-hmm.
So would it make any sense to entertain increasing the city's capacity as it relates to capital projects? So one, we can get it done. Two, we can deal with the workforce issues.
It would, absolutely.
No, I
I think
understand
that's a
that.
really interesting idea, and we could certainly investigate it as part of the Rebuild Initiative.
Okay.
I think we're really proud of the skilled trades workforce and agree
Okay.
that we should
All right,
use
I'm going to
whatever
leave it at
capacity
that
we have.
and give some people some time to think. They may not necessarily be in this room. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. There'll be no other questions. We're good.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
That gentle today.
No. Council, there being none, this committee will stand in recess until Thursday, May 3rd, 2016 at 10 a.m., at which time we will reconvene, room 400. Thank you all very much.